From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive, and on Westwood One, the madness has arrived. Welcome into BetMGM Gameday here on Westwood One Sports, always inside your Westwood One Sports app, where you're going to get all those March Madness games too. And of course on Sirius XM channel 375. Chris Mack with you alongside Kate Constable, and you are part of this show as well by just picking up your phone. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910, because as I mentioned, the madness has finally arrived. After maybe a little bit of a slow ramp up through the first day or two, it's really started to hit over the last couple of days, the March Madness, and we will break it all down. We've got a ton of people to come in and help us break it all down. Blake Lavelle of the Southeastern 16, Joel Berry from the ACC Network, who, of course, won a national title with UNC, Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network. So we got all the big conferences covered. We'll dive into the NFL. Yes, Cam Skattebo was saying things that, well, seem like things Cam Skattebo would say, to be honest, and he's already apologized for. We'll get to all of those. Tyler Dragon, who covers the entirety of the NFL from USA Today, will join us. The madness wasn't limited to just the college game either over the last 24 hours. Some big moments in the NBA as well. And we're just days away from the start of another Major League Baseball season as well. So we'll play a game of GTFO or Oh Yeah with some hot takes to get you ready for Major League Baseball. Welcome back to Kate Constable, who had last weekend off. I saw plenty of pictures on Instagram, Kate, from the baby shower. There was a lot of pink. How was it?
Oh, yeah. When you're having a girl, you got to lean into the pink stuff. So, yes, we have pink everywhere. It was a very pink-themed baby shower. It was very fun. Chris, I am so ready for this baby to be outside of the womb, to be on the other side. We are like on the week's countdown, which means, you have a couple kids. I don't know if your wife went early or late, but like we're kind of on baby watch for the next 3 weeks or so.
Yeah, it's going to happen very soon. And whether you're ready or not. Yeah, whether you're ready or not.
I'm sitting in the nursery right now, which is still my office. Yeah, we are not ready. So maybe she does need to stay in there a little longer. But yeah, last weekend was fun. But thanks for holding things down here, and glad to be back with you.
Yeah, we've got so much to get to. As mentioned, obviously, the NCAA tournament going on. Some big moments in the NBA last night. Like I said, NFL news is still breaking seemingly every single day. We lost a legend this week, which will prompt us to draft a certain cross-section of society. We'll explain all of it to you. We got 5 hours to go, so let's dive into things with the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. We call it the High Five.
A-Cup with a dribble out front. Guarded by Martin. Shot clock at 12. A-Cup over on the left. Deep three on the way. Got it! A-Cup with 34. 90-83 Arkansas. Inside a minute to go.
Ryan Radke with the call on Westwood One. Darius A-Cup drops 34 last night as the Hogs hold off High Point. And it was back and forth the entire time until Arkansas put it away very, very late with that A-Cup three. Just about a minute to go in that one. And this is why I picked Arkansas to go deep, Kate. I may be dumb for it. I picked them to beat Arizona when we get to that point. And I may be proven very wrong. But there's something about that superstar ability that Darius A-Cup has already as a freshman that has me believing in Arkansas, whether it's Calipari, whether it's A-Cup, whether it's the rest of that roster, that team. I know it was tight against High Point. I know we all held our breath, those of us that have Arkansas deep in our brackets. But last night is one of those moments where teams either step up and become a part of the story, or you fall back to the wayside just a little bit. And credit to High Point, right? They They pushed Arkansas as far as they could after a big opening round win over Wisconsin. Not quite enough. That was one of those games that had you glued to the screen last night.
Yeah, it concerns me a little bit that High Point was able to hang around with Arkansas for as long as they did. But I mean, this is the tournament and weird things happen. And I mean, we've seen a lot of teams hang around that maybe shouldn't have. And then, late in the game, the better team puts them away. And that's exactly what we saw here in Acuff. Like, yeah, you have to feel very good if he is on your team late in a game, because you can just give him the ball and he can go to work and do whatever. I mean, even on SportsCenter this morning, they're talking about should Acuff be the number 1 overall pick over the other guys at the top right now. So having someone like him on your team in March, he shot 50% from the field, 50% from three, Chris, doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, and always seemingly comes up with a clutch shot when Arkansas needs one, like that one to put away High Point last night. We'll talk to Blake Lavelle of the Southeastern 16 to get the SEC perspective on things in less than an hour, right at 12 noon Eastern. Next.
4. Smart looking at the rim. Throws it out to Kennard. 3-point shot. It's good. 0.6 of a second left. The Lakers take a 105-104 victory over the Orlando Magic.
David Steele on FanDuel Sports Network, Florida. You could tell he was on the Magic side of the call because they had the lead, and then the Lakers do what the Lakers have done for the better part of the last 3 weeks, which is pull one out. Now, there have been routes in the mix there too, but they've won 9 in a row now, Kate. And we'll hear an interesting idea as to why it's working now for them with Doncic, Reeves, and James before the end of this first hour that I think is worth talking about. But regardless of how or why it's working, look, the Lakers aren't going to catch San Antonio for the 2 seed in the West, but they are starting to gain just a little bit of ground on those other teams in that 3, 4, 5, 6 range. And it looks increasingly like they may go into the playoffs as the hottest team in the league, which, as much as we bemoaned what the Lakers had become through the middle portion of the season, which was just kind of meh there, they are figuring things out at probably a really bad time for everybody else in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I would start to be a little nervous if I were other teams in the West because of, yes, this win streak, and it looks like they figured things out, but who they've beaten throughout this win streak. You have 2 road wins against Houston. You have a win against the Nuggets, against Minnesota, the Knicks. And that Orlando win last night, just squeaking that one out. Like, yeah, you won on a buzzer beater, but Orlando's still a fairly solid team, and that's a road win too. So it's not only that they have been winning, but it's also who they've beat along the way that should make people a little bit nervous if you are rooting for another team in the West.
Yeah, and I think it's the way they've won too. Luke Kennard hitting the buzzer beater last night. LeBron James 3rd in field goal attempts last night. He's starting to, I think, understand that he's a little bit more of a backseat role to Luka and even Austin Reeves in this offense, and I think that's a good thing for the Lakers, and like you said, probably bad news for the rest of the Western Conference. We'll get into that before the end of the first hour here in about 35 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable counting down the 5 biggest stories of the day inside the High Five next.
3.
A.K.O. Cherokee with nobody from Nebraska in front of him, ready to inbound. Into Tanner from 3-quarter court. The heave, the prayer. He almost banked it in.
Oh, my.
Off the window, off the front of the rim, and it popped out. No good. And we have Husker madness in Oklahoma City. The dream season for Nebraska just got sweeter.
Just a great call by Ted Emmerich and Casey Jacobson on Westwood One of the end of that Nebraska-Vandy game. And again, this is what March is all about. I was at a neighbor's house last night, and, everybody's got different teams on their brackets, Kate. There's a couple of Nebraskas in there. There's a couple of Vandys in there. And we're all hanging on the last couple of moments of this game. And it rims out the buzzer beater attempt by Vanderbilt. And Nebraska now has not just their first, but also their second NCAA tournament win in history. I don't know how much farther it goes with presumably Florida waiting for them next weekend, but they're into the Sweet 16.
I mean, everyone in that arena was holding their breath when that shot went up. Everyone on both benches, like that is what March is all about. That's what the tournament's all about, are those shots right there. And it was like reminiscent of the Santa Clara Kentucky game, right? Basically two buzzer beaters in that game. I know the first one by Santa Clara wasn't a true buzzer beater because Kentucky came back and hit a buzzer beater, but those are the moments that you love in the tournament, with Vandy almost winning that one. I don't know if Nebraska, to your point, goes much further, because they are most likely going to play Florida, which pains me because my Iowa Hawkeyes, that means they're going to lose to Florida.
Most likely, yeah.
What a good run so far for Hoiberg and his squad.
Yeah, and I think, the thing I take away from this is that Nebraska getting their first 2 wins in NCAA tournament history still gives us a little bit, I know they're a 4 seed, but still gives us a little bit of that, anything is possible in March kind of vibe. Again, as I mentioned, the madness wasn't limited to just the college game last night. Next.
2.
That's what you do. Turn and attack, Alfie. Shepard around the Shingun pick to Durant in the corner. The 3. It's good! He's done it! He's done it! Kevin Durant passes Michael Jordan for 5th all-time in scoring last night. The Rockets went on to win that game. Craig Ackerman on the call on Space City Home Network. Look, nobody's going to claim, Kate, that Kevin Durant is a better all-time player than Michael Jordan, especially somebody from my generation who grew up in the 90s watching the peak Jordan Chicago Bulls era. Not going to claim that Kevin Durant or anybody is ever going to be better than Michael Jordan, but it does say something for the longevity of Durant's career, despite the Achilles 6 years ago now, I think it was. You can say what you want about him jumping to Golden State, winning titles there, bouncing around a bit late in his career, Brooklyn to Phoenix to Houston. We can talk about all that, but what you can't take away is the fact that for a long, long time, Kevin Durant has been one of the best players in the league, and being top 5 all-time in scoring is proof positive of that.
I mean, that's what you get when you're in your 19th year in the league, Chris. And he sat out one season because of that Achilles injury. So, like, you play long enough, a lot of these records are going to be broken. And it's going to feel like, okay, so-and-so's passing MJ. So-and-so's passing this player from, back in the day that has held this record for so long. But guys are just playing longer now than they used to. And maybe that's a product of load management and taking care of their bodies. I don't like that type of stuff, but 19 years in the league, you're passing Michael Jordan on the all-time scoring list is going to happen at some point. And for Kevin Durant, it happened last night.
Sounds like you might be trying to explain this away as sort of a career accomplishment award, like the Frank Gore level of rushing yardage totals that we would talk about towards the end of his career. Are you saying Kevin Durant is the Frank Gore of the NBA, Kate?
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, back into the madness.
1.
Shot clock at 15, bounce it over to Heidi on the left. Now to Mark, left wing beyond the three-point line. Mark dribbles down to the left baseline, trying to spin on Worley, keeps the dribble alive, gets into the paint, makes the pass to Heidi, right corner 3 on the way. Got it! Heidi for 3! 14.7 to go, Texas up 4.
Texas upsets Gonzaga. Cam Heidi with the corner 3. His only points of the game, Kate. Again, this is why we love March. Texas, a first 4-11 seed that a lot of people, myself included, I'll own it, just wrote off. I don't think I even had them winning. I think I had them losing to NC State maybe if I would have had to fill that out on a bracket, right? I didn't even consider the Texas NC State winner, and didn't consider Texas getting past BYU, but they did on Thursday. And then they pushed through Gonzaga, a team I, like a big dummy, had going to the Final Four and probably upsetting Arizona at some point. My bad.
I was wrong. Gonzaga falls short again under Mark Few. That's not even the story, though. The story is that this is the only double-digit seed remaining right now in this year's tournament. It's the unexpected Texas Longhorns, and they get a little magic late to make it happen.
Yeah, I had them losing to BYU. I didn't have them going far at all, Chris, as most people, I think, didn't. That was Heidi's 6th total shot in the tournament through the first 3 games with the the Dayton game, the play-in, first 4. Could not have come at a better time. And I love that Sean Miller in his post-game interview courtside right after was like, I'm going to take credit for putting him in the game. That was genius by me. Like, are you kidding me? Give credit to the kid that just made the shot, not you for putting him in the game, and trusting that he was going to be ready. Like, come on. To the point of Gonzaga bowing out early. I mean, second season in a row that they have not reached the Sweet 16 after reaching it 9 times prior to that. Chris, again, maybe this is like a little bit of the KD, like you play long enough, whatever, but like the landscape is changing. Where NIL, like, does Gonzaga have the money to continue to compete at this high of a level?
Exactly what Mark Few alluded to after the game. He gave Texas their flowers. He said, hey, that's a really good team over there. This isn't a Cinderella. They have the talent. They have the coaching. And he dropped the word resources. And look, as a Penn State football fan, I understand what the code word resources is. I remember James Franklin dropping it several years ago. Resources means money. Their bags aren't as big as Texas's bags. And so you're right. This is something to be considered. And I think look, we talk about how much fun the moments are in March, and hopefully, we get a few more through the next couple of rounds, but we increasingly see, like I said, fewer and fewer of these double-digit seeds, Cinderellas, mid-majors, small schools. I mean, just look at the 8 teams that advanced yesterday. They're all from big conferences: Duke, Michigan State, Michigan, Nebraska, Illinois, Houston, Arkansas, and Texas. And whether Texas is an 11 seed or not, we didn't have Gonzaga come through. We didn't have St. Louis come through. We didn't get, any of these other teams who, and maybe we'll get some today. Again, there's not a lot left. There's a Utah State, if you consider the Mountain West a little engine that could. There's no VCU sneaking their way through. So it is more about the overall complexion of college sports and college basketball, not to take the fun of the madness and the buzzer beaters away, but I think it is applicable. Credit to Mark Few for bringing it up in as diplomatic a way as he could, but it's a question about whether some of these teams in the smaller, whether you're a mid-major or not, smaller conferences can keep up with the big boys going forward.
And I wonder if we'll get to a point where none of those smaller teams are advancing at all, and it's just the top end talent, and how people will feel about that. Like, because isn't part of the reason we love March some of those Cinderella runs, and those are just going to be, that's going to be a distant memory in 3, 4, 5 years. And how are people going to feel about that? I feel like that's going to ruffle some feathers for your average casual fan. Sure, the fans of the teams that are advancing every year and are making it to the Final Four, they're going to love it. But your casual fan, I mean, there were 20 million brackets filled out on various, bracket platforms. Like, people watch this stuff. So the average fan, that's who I think about in this sense.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way to consider their perspective. Now, I will say, my wife, for example, doesn't watch sports at all. Sports for her are which member of the Mormon Wives is going to get kicked out of the friend group or maybe kicked off Bachelorette. Can you tell I've been paying attention? But yes, like that, those are her sports, right? The only time she watches sports, the only time she's not annoyed that I have it on 24/7 in the living room is when March Madness comes around, because she fills out a bracket, because she won a grand last year in a bracket contest, and because you don't have to know anything, right? You just fill it out. Yeah. You recognize the names. Maybe I like some team colors or some mascots. I'll pick based off those. And I think for the average fan, that will probably still exist. I think there's a question about the sports fan who maybe, like, to be honest, like you or I even,
who pays attention to college basketball year round, but isn't really locked all in until, say, February or March. And what value is there in paying attention to those other teams, those mid-majors, those Gonzagas, those VCUs, those St. Louis's, if you know they really don't have a shot when they get to the dance? It's kind of like talking about the CFP and how, yeah, we want to include the group of five even if we know they don't really have a shot. And I think for the fans who pay attention but, would like to see something different happen, knowing that something different is very unlikely does take some of the fun away, even if you still get buzzer beaters and big moments. And we'll talk about some of those big moments and maybe open up this conversation a little bit more about the widening gap between those big conference teams and everybody else. We'll do that next as we are up and rolling here on a March Madness edition of BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable with you right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Acuff with a dribble out front. Guarded by Martin. Shot clock at 12. Acuff over on the left. Deep three on the way. Got it! Acuff with 34. 90-83 Arkansas. Inside a minute to go.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Shout out to Ryan Radke and Austin Crozier on the call last night as Arkansas held off High Point. Darius Acuff Jr. drops 34. We'll get into Arkansas and all of the storylines that come out of yesterday's games and how they spin forward in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Don't forget you can watch the show as well and drop feedback into the chat on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight to be a part of the show there. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Before we get to Arkansas and Acuff and Calipari, Kate, before we get to maybe the game of the year between Vandy and Nebraska, before we get to the one seeds that have seemingly cruised, there's one that has scuffled just a little bit through their first two games. Let's talk about this increasing gap that we're seeing between the top seeds and everybody else. And as we pointed out a couple minutes ago in our discussion about Texas Gonzaga, yeah, that's an 11 over a 3, but it's a big conference over, you could still consider Gonzaga a mid-major, I think, based on what each school is able to spend when they're going out and acquiring players. The average margin of victory so far through 11 games for 1 and 2 seeds is 27.5 points. We've seen absolute domination by teams like Florida. We saw Michigan in the first round, as well as in the second round, Arizona in the first round over LIU. Now, some of those 116, 215 things, I think we expect to a certain extent, but Houston absolutely rolling A&M last night. It's a 2 over a 10. Okay. So is this exactly what we should expect to be happening in these matchups with the higher seeds? Or is it, I hesitate to say this, but is it almost too dominant?
I mean, it is almost too dominant, but it is also what we should be expecting based on the landscape of college basketball right now. I mean, you look at 2023, we had 3 double-digit seeds go pretty far. And, I mean, well, the Fairleigh Dickinson upset over, well, that was number 1 Purdue. That was a huge one. What years did we have? Even like when we had San Diego State, like they're not I don't think they were a double-digit seed, but you would consider San Diego State kind of a mid-major?
Yeah, I consider for the purposes of this conversation. Yeah. For the purposes of this conversation, I think Mountain West still slots in as a mid-major. They're not a power conference.
Like, we're not even seeing things like that happen anymore. Yeah. And so I think this is going to be the norm going forward. We didn't have any double-digit seeds make it last year. And Texas right now, who was a first 4 team, is the only one advancing as a double-digit seed. And Texas, to Mark Few's point in his postgame, has a lot of resources. I did just a quick little, how much does Gonzaga basketball have in NIL every year to spend? 2 to 3 million. That's it. So, like, you're not paying guys top dollar, which means that was a school that players went to because they knew they would make it far in the tournament. They knew Mark Few was a really good coach. Like, you had top level talent. There's a lot of NBA guys that came out of Gonzaga, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that quite as much anymore. And that's going to translate to those types of teams not going very far in the tournament because of, I mean, I don't necessarily blame them. If I get $300,000 at Gonzaga versus 1.5 mil at Texas, yeah, right. Chris, I'm going for the 1.5, right? I think most people would.
Yeah, and we had a run for, I want to say it was 15 or 16 years out of 18 or 19, from 2008 up through 2024, where it was almost an annual occurrence where you would get a 13, a 14, or a 15, maybe even a 16, like you mentioned, Fairleigh Dickinson, UMBC in 2018, where we would get 1 or 2 of those every year. And it feels impossible at this point. Like it doesn't, I'll even, to bring in Arkansas again for a second. That game against Hawaii in the first round on Thursday afternoon, that wasn't really a game. It wasn't.
No.
The 13s, Cal Baptist put a little bit of a scare into Kansas if we want to bring up another 13 seed, right? But Hofstra, Bama, not really a game. Troy, Nebraska, since we talked Huskers earlier, not really a game. And I'm just using the 13-4 matchups here as an example, but it feels like there's a much wider gulf or gap between those and the top 3 to 4 seeds in every region now than there was even, say, 3 years ago, right? It feels increasingly unlikely that we're going to see a St. Peter's or a Furman or any of these teams that used to jump up and bite somebody in the first round and maybe even sometimes go on to the Sweet 16. Increasingly unlikely that we're going to see that in the NIL era.
Well, Chris, going back to that Kansas Cal Baptist game, Kansas didn't score for like 10 minutes of that second half. I was watching games at a friend's house, and one of the guys, he couldn't see the score bug at the bottom of the screen based on where all the TVs were situated. And he's like, "Hey, let me know when Kansas gets to 70," because he had some, team total over. And I was like, "Yeah, I gotcha. 10 minutes later, he's like, "Why didn't you let me know they got to 70?" I'm like, "Because they didn't. They haven't scored in like 8 minutes." And they still won by 8. And like, yeah, it was a sweat, but like, Cal Baptist still couldn't capitalize on a very good Kansas team not hitting a field goal for 3/4 of the second half. That was crazy.
Yeah, and again, we're still getting the moments, right? Like, I want to be clear about this. This isn't to run down the NCAA tournament. This isn't to take the air out of the March Madness balloon. And I'm sure we'll get at least 1 or 2 of those moments again later today. Much like we got in Texas Gonzaga, much like we got with Nebraska surviving Vandy. We'll still get those. Arkansas surviving High Point. But it's just not quite the same when it's fairly unreal. It's why High Point pushing Arkansas the way they did last night felt like such a big deal because, again, we were at a neighbor's house. Our son, who fills out a bracket every year, it's a family affair with us. Everybody drops a few bucks. Hey, get the allowance out, kid. If you're going to be in a bracket, we're not paying for you. He filled out a bracket and had High Point going to the Sweet 16. So he's playing with his friends outside, but every 30 seconds runs back over to be like, "Dad, look at the score. Dad, look at the score." I'm like, "I know. The TV is on. We're good. We know what's happening." But it feels increasingly unlikely that we're going to get as many of those as we used to. Let me go back, though, to Arkansas, since they have been one of the big stories in the last 12 hours or so. I mentioned Darius Acuff Jr. drops 34. He hits the big 3 to kind of put the dagger and High Points back at the end there. How far do you think he can carry Arkansas? Because like I said, I part of it is I have a soft spot for Calipari being a Pittsburgh guy, and I understand that hampers me sometimes when I make my picks. But I do have Arkansas getting past Arizona into the Elite Eight. That may be folly on my part, but it's also because I believe when you've got a player like Acuff who makes all the big shots and makes them all game long, not just in crunch time, that you can jump up and surprise some people. And Arkansas over Arizona would be a surprise, I think. How far do you think Acuff can carry Arkansas, or is it done when they face presumably face Arizona next weekend?
No, I don't think it's necessarily done. I do think Arizona is going to be the biggest challenge they have in the West. So if they get past Arizona, I think they could be a Final Four team. Purdue would be the other one that would make me a little nervous as well. But it's just that Arizona's defense is significantly better than Arkansas. And that's the part of that matchup that concerns me. The offense, not so much. What Darius Acuff can do offensively, I mean, that doesn't concern me at all. That's a green flag right there. But it's just the defense for Arizona that's so good. If they shut Acuff down whatsoever, and shutting him down might be 15 points, right? Versus 30 plus that he had in that last game. So that's my concern there. But if they get past Arizona, then I think they could be a Final Four team, because you're talking, I mean, is Texas going to run out of gas at some point? I mean, Purdue, Miami this afternoon, that'll obviously tell us who moves on. I think Purdue probably does. But I think Arkansas could beat Texas if they face them, Purdue if they face them. It just kind of depends on getting past Arizona in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, Purdue Miami gets started in about 35 minutes in St. Louis. We'll keep you up to date on that one, obviously, as the afternoon progresses here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One. One other quick thing I wanted to touch on. Look, Duke ended up putting it on TCU late. They had a 43-18 run to close out the game in the final 16 minutes. They looked a little sleepy at times in the first half and coming out in the second half. They were down 11 at the half to Siena. Are there any teams, maybe like Duke, that you have questions about now who you thought were going to go deep?
Duke has played awful in 3 of 4 halves that they have played this season, this tournament. Awful, awful, awful. I am more confident in Duke now than I was at the start because I don't think they can play a whole lot worse, and yet they're still beating teams. So we haven't seen a full game from Duke. I think Duke is the team to be worried about because of how poor they've played so far, and that being not the norm for this Duke team. Because you're right, they've looked awful, awful, and almost to the point where, like, maybe Siena should have beat them. Maybe that should have been the big upset. But I kind of, that it gives me almost a little bit more confidence just knowing that Shire's going to presumably have these guys ready to go for the Sweet 16.
That's an interesting way to look at it. More college hoops and the madness at the top of the hour with Blake Lavelle of the Southeastern 16. But coming up next, when a superstar, an all-time great, decides to take a little bit of a back seat to the people that are driving the bus, can it generate the kind of run that one team has been on lately? We'll get into it next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
good. 6/10 of a second left. The Lakers take a 105-104 victory over the Orlando Magic.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, the buzzer beaters weren't limited to the NCAA tournament this weekend. David Steele on the call for FanDuel Sports Network Florida as the Lakers' Luke Kennard hits a three with less than a second left to send LA to their 9th consecutive victory. There's an interesting thought from somebody who's big in NBA circles on why this is working for the Lakers over the last few weeks. We want you to hear that coming up in just a moment. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Don't forget, you can be a part of the conversation as well. March Madness, the NBA, NFL offseason continues to keep us entertained. Major League Baseball gets started in just a few days. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. And, of course, we've also got incredible offers for you inside the BetMGM app. You can enter the March matchups, $500,000 pick 'em free-to-play game. Pick which team you think will score the most points in any round of the tournament. And if the team you selected scores the most points that round, you'll win a share of bonus bets. It's available each round for March matchups. Your opportunity to predict which team will score the most points. If you're correct, you'll win a share of bonus bets, all inside your BetMGM app. Download it today and make March legendary. So the Lakers win their 9th in a row last night, Kate. They squeak out the 105-104 victory in Orlando. Luka picked up his 16th tech of the season, so he may be suspended for tomorrow's game against Detroit, which would be disappointing. We'll get into a conversation later about some of the big matchups this week in the NBA. But all of a sudden, with LeBron seemingly starting to understand that it may be better for the Lakers offense if he takes a back seat to Doncic and Reeves, we're seeing things work for the Lakers. And Bill Simmons, who obviously he's written a book about the NBA, he watches the Lakers closely, he's out in LA. He had this to say about why it's working for the Lakers now.
You're in this conundrum with your team where you have this generational offensive player playing alongside a guy who wants a new contract, Austin Reeves, who's a really good offensive player who could potentially be the lead offensive guy on some teams. And then LeBron, one of the greatest players of all time. All of a sudden, this team makes sense as you're watching it. And it makes sense because LeBron's embraced, I'm the 3rd best guy on this team. I'm going to have to just figure out how to affect the game.
It's interesting that it seems to be working this way, Kate, the way Bill Simmons described it there on the Ringer podcast. You go back and look just at the box score of last night's win against Orlando, and you see it in action. LeBron is 3rd behind Doncic and Reeves, not just in scoring. Actually, I think he finished 4th in scoring when you consider Luke Kennard, who hit the buzzer beater, had 13, and LeBron just had 12. But more importantly, he's 3rd behind Doncic and Reeves in field goal attempts. Luka was 12 of 30. Reeves was 10 of 20. LeBron was 5 of 13. He only got to the free throw line twice. He was 0 for 2 on threes. It feels like maybe we're finally getting LeBron understanding his role, and that's what's breathed new life into this Lakers team down the stretch.
It's only taken a couple years, right, Chris, for LeBron to kind of settle into that role. I mean, think about what the Lakers could have been if this had happened a couple years ago. But I think you're exactly right. And Bill Simmons is right, too. Like, LeBron is the 3rd option on this team right now. And that's the reason they're having success. Luka has been leading scorer in 16 of the last 17 games. That 17th, Austin Reeves was the leading scorer. Like, LeBron James is not the number 1 option, and he hasn't been for a long time. Like, that's not a surprise at all. But you look at his shot numbers, too, just over the last couple months. In March, averaging 13 attempts. That's down from 16 in February. And for the most part of the season, he was averaging about 16 field goal attempts and almost 5 3-point attempts per game. That's down to 2.5. Like, he's taking a significant step back in terms of his production on the floor, shot wise, not necessarily like overall production and defense and all that stuff, but also the Lakers are winning in ways with other players down the stretch, like Luke Kennard last night, Luka hitting a buzzer beater. The ball's not in LeBron's hands at the end of the game and as much anymore. I know it still has been Luka's team this entire season, but
right
now with Austin Reeves kind of jumping into that number 2 spot, it really does all make sense and it's clicking. And hopefully, I mean, it looks like LeBron is understanding that and accepting that role.
Well, and I'm curious to see how teams adjust to it down the stretch and into the playoffs too. Like just in one snapshot of it, you can see it in that Luke Kennard 3 last night. He's out there with Luka, Reeves, and LeBron. And the inbound is coming, and literally Luka, LeBron, and Reeves all move either to the paint or the right side of the floor. Kennard goes all the way out to the left wing. That's where the inbound goes. There's not a Magic player within 12 feet of him because everybody has flooded the other side of the floor and moved to get around LeBron and Luka and Reeves. And if they can find those peripheral contributors, like a Luke Kennard in the example of last night, all of a sudden, I don't want to say a Luke Kennard, for instance, is going to be the reason they go deep in the playoffs, but you don't know what to plan for when you're playing the Lakers. Right. It might, look, in all likelihood, you're planning to try and do everything you can to shut down Luka. And then as a byproduct, hopefully you also slow down Austin Reeves. And if LeBron's going to kill us, fine. Let the second best player of all time kill us. We'll live with that, right? But you have to also consider the fact that he still does have it in there in glimpses, right? LeBron, we saw it last week. Was it the Rockets game, I think it was, where he still looked like he had some peak LeBron left
in that game.
Yeah. And so I don't know how you plan for that. Like, this is why teams always gear themselves up to try and build the three-headed monster, because they're very difficult to game plan against and defend against, regardless of which team we're talking about. The Lakers, with LeBron understanding that he may be as much a decoy as the actual weapon, may have finally found that with Doncic, Reeves, and LeBron.
Well, that's the luxury that the Lakers now have in this new role setup that they have, is that LeBron may be a decoy, but he's still LeBron James. Like, he can still torch you. He can still, I mean, you want the ball in his hands at the end of the game if Luka or Austin Reeves is not open, right? Like, he would be a great third option, that someone you would trust that has won multiple games at, in clutch time. So, like, that is a significant luxury. And then I also think it's like, he's 41 years old, like, playing as many minutes or taking as many shots, being as active in the offense as he used to be, like, that takes a toll on your body. Maybe he's able to benefit the game in other ways, but because he's not shooting quite as much, maybe he has a little more juice left in the tank down the stretch because he hasn't been, being the number one, number two option for this team. So I think it's all positives. It's just, it's taken the Lakers way longer to get there than the general public. I feel like we've kind of, for a while, have said, okay, LeBron, you are no longer number one, number two, especially with Austin Reeves' offensive explosion. I also don't agree with Bill Simmons that Austin Reeves could be a number one on most teams. Like, he's a great player, but he's not taking a team to the finals.
No, I think he could be a number. I think maybe what Bill's getting at there, and I don't want to speak for him, but like, you put Austin Reeves on some of the mid to bottom level teams around the league, he's the number one guy, probably.
Okay,
right?
That
he's
I
the
can
number
agree
one
with.
shooter.
Yeah.
I don't think, like you said, he's not a number one guy on a title contender. No, I totally agree with you in that regard. But you've got guys that are ready, willing, and able to take the shots in crunch time. It doesn't have to be Luka every time. It can be Austin Reeves, as you pointed out. Of all the games that Luka has led them in scoring over the last month, Reeves was in the mix there once. LeBron wasn't at all. So. And also, they're not catching, I know I said this at the top of the show, they're not catching San Antonio for the 2 seed, unless something really wild and crazy happens. But they are now 2.5 up on Houston, 3 up on Denver and Minnesota for that 3 seed. I'm curious to see which matchup falls their way in that 3-6 spot. It does mean that if they do get through the first round, you're not immediately going to see OKC in the second round, which I think has to be a benefit. You're not excited about having to play Wemby, but at least you get the less experienced team in the second round. And that would be a hell of an interesting matchup with the whole experience conversation a part of it. A veteran, experienced Lakers team with Luka and LeBron going up against the young Spurs and Wemby in the second round if it played out that way.
I would much prefer to have Wemby and the Spurs than OKC in the second round. The defending champs, no, thank you.
Yeah. So, again, we'll get back into some huge NBA games that are being played this week. We'll see if Luka's available for that matchup against the Pistons tomorrow night or not later in the show. But coming up next, back into the madness. And we look at it from an SEC point of view. Blake Lavelle of Southeastern 16 joins us next on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Maybe not quite as much madness as we're used to, but it's still been fun through the first few days of the NCAA tournament. And we'll get it from a Southeastern perspective with Blake Lovell in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. We're also inside the Westwood One Sports app, and that's also where you can get all of the NCAA tournament action all day long, every day of the tournament, including in just a couple of minutes when Miami and Purdue tip off in St. Louis. We'll keep you up to date on that game and obviously welcome you to stay with us if you're trying to race home from somewhere, you ran some errands this morning, whatever you were getting done, and you want to watch hoops, you're in the car listening to us. Thank you for joining us. 310-840-4910 for you to do it on the phone as well. But we've talked plenty about Arkansas this morning, holding off High Point. We talked about Florida, just how deep they can go with as dominant as they've looked. They're not the only SEC teams. Texas pulling off the upset of Gonzaga. Alabama still alive. Tennessee still alive. Kentucky, a big one against Iowa State this afternoon. Lots of SEC angles left on the tournament. So we bring in from the Southeastern 16, which you can find on social media and YouTube. He covers SEC hoops. Blake Lovell joins us now on BetMGM Game Day. How are you, Blake, through the first 3 days of the tournament, and just how much have you enjoyed watching what you've gotten from your SEC boys so far?
Yeah, doing well, guys. It's been interesting because, it's kind of been a pattern over the past couple of years with the SEC and getting a lot of teams in. Obviously, the conference is in a better spot than it was, quite a few years ago. But, yeah, I think you look at it so far and, you kind of had a split yesterday of you had some of those kind of pick-em style favorites between yesterday and today, and you had some underdogs, and at least you got one of the underdogs advancing in Texas. The Vanderbilt-Nebraska game was basically a coin flip, and then, of course, Arkansas holds off a really good High Point team. So, yeah, it'll be interesting today because you've got some more of those, again, kind of matchups with for Tennessee, Virginia, Alabama, Texas Tech will be quite the main event, I think, tonight. And, of course, again, just kind of seeing how the rest of these teams kind of play out here.
Yeah, Blake, let's talk about that Texas team, a first four team. They've now won 3 games over the last couple of days here, five days. What is it? Because going into the tournament, I'm not sure too many people had Texas advancing to this point, being they were a first 5 team. So what is it about this team that's allowed them to be so good over these last couple games? I guess beating some decent schools like Gonzaga yesterday.
Yeah, I think, if you ask Sean Miller, he had to be just sitting there trying to figure out how are we going to fix our defense, because you looked at the way they finished the season and, they had lost 5 of their last 6 games. And I think they'd given up 105 to Arkansas, 90 plus to Georgia, 84, 85 plus to Florida and Oklahoma. And then, of course, in the SEC tournament, they didn't play well against Ole Miss, who, of course, was on a heater there. But the defense has been a big key. I mean, they've not given up more than 71 points now in these 3 games against NC State, BYU, and Gonzaga. And, of course, there's been injuries involved with BYU and the Zags. Would they be better offensive teams if they had, 2 key injured players? Of course they would, but it's the draw. And I think for Texas, they had to show that they could put together consistent 40 minutes of defense. And they've done that a lot more over this past 5 days than they did, for the past 4 months. And I think that's been the biggest key because, you look at them offensively, they're one of the best isolation, sort of one-on-one type offensive teams out there. Voki Titus and his ability to get to the free throw line, that just puts a lot of pressure on teams. And so I think it's their defense that's really kind of turned it on here. And that was always going to be the difference with this team. If they were going to make a run, it really had to be on the defensive side. And luckily they've been much more consistent right now.
What'd you make of Mark Few's? I thought he did it fairly diplomatically after the game, Blake, but Mark Few, he was very careful to say, hey, Texas is not a Cinderella. They're not some, small conference team. They're a very good basketball team. They played really, really well. And they've also got he dropped the key word, resources. And so I think it may have been more about Mark Few playing to his base and his alumni and his institution than taking any sort of shot at Texas. But what did you make of that comment after the game and what it means, I guess, for
the future of the NCAA tournament that we've always come to love as, hey, you never know when Mighty Mouse might go all high point and nearly upset Arkansas.
Right, and we've definitely seen that gap over these past couple tournaments in terms of the double-digit seeds that have not been able to advance. And so, yeah, and we're used to that these days. I think you're not going to mind coaches sort of angling for a little bit more money and resources if they can find a way to do it. And that's the thing, right? Gonzaga's the 3 seed here, Texas the 11 seed, but we all know what Texas's sort of athletic budget is. I mean, it is just astronomical in terms of what they are putting into, all their top sports each and every year. And so, yeah, I mean, that is one of those things. And I know it was kind of highly debated on social media last night about whether Texas is or is not a Cinderella. I mean, it's hard to use that term when you're talking about a team that has put in sort of the financial, just resources that not many other schools out there are going to be able to match at their height. And so it is one where this is kind of the nature of the tournament. And, this obviously gets into a much bigger discussion when it comes to expanding the NCAA tournament and all that. As the SEC guy, do I necessarily want to see the SEC get 14 or 15 of its 16 teams in every year? Not really. I think the NCAA tournament is just kind of a thing where, hey, give the teams that have sort of earned their way into it in these mid-major, low-major conferences. If we're going to get into all that kind of narrative, then I think, again, you kind of have to just sort of step back and look at what we're really doing here with this tournament. But, yeah, Texas not going to be considered a Cinderella in anything other than a seed line here because, again, they do have the resources to be able to compete here at the top.
Like we've been debating in our first hour on the show here, how far Darius Acuff can take Arkansas. I mean, we don't know Arizona, Utah State. They play this afternoon. We'll find out who Arkansas faces next, presumably Arizona. If that's the case, he had a phenomenal game last night. Is one-star player, and I know there are other, very high-level players on Arkansas, but Darius Acuff, how far can he take this Arkansas Razorback team?
Yeah, I mean, he just makes it look effortless at times, and I think it's just, again, one of the more talented players I think I've ever seen in the SEC, and certainly, he's going to go down as one of the better point guards we've seen in college basketball in a good while in terms of comparing him to some of the greats out there. And it's going to be interesting with Arkansas because he obviously, on any given night, I just think there's very few people that play the sport that are going to be able to stop him in one-on-one type matchups. Or if Arkansas just is able to run stuff to get him open, I just don't know really how you stop him. That's where, to me, especially if you get into a matchup, let's say Arizona beats Utah State, I think this is where, can Darius Acuff take them to the Final Four? Sure he can, but the only way Arkansas is getting there, especially if you're thinking about the possibility of matchups with an Arizona and then even a Purdue, something like that, you're looking at the interior for Arkansas. Like, to me, that's going to really be the biggest question mark I have with them. I mean, you saw it last night, right? I mean, Arkansas wasn't exactly putting up a lot of resistance when it comes to the defensive element, and that's not taking anything away from High Point. We've seen this a lot from Arkansas this season, where they're just going to go out and say, hey, sometimes we don't have to be as invested on the defensive end because we're just going to come out and outscore you. And that's worked for quite a while now. And so when you get into those bigger games, though, against Arizona, and we know what the front line looks like there for the Wildcats, I think that's where Darius Acuff can only take you so far in those kind of settings because you are talking about, again, going up against a team that is a very popular favorite to win this thing in Arizona. And I think it's going to have to be much more than just him. But at the same time, we have seen those complementary players, whether it's Billy Richmond, Trevin Brazile, Malik Ewan, obviously Malik Thomas at the guard position. Arkansas has a short rotation, but it's a very impactful rotation right now. And so hopefully that is the matchup we get because I think that'd be a fun one.
Blake Level of the Southeastern 16. Find it on YouTube and on social media at 16 Southeastern. You can find Blake at the Blake Level here with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. So we've kind of been in the West region here, stuck on Arkansas and Texas. Let's pivot to the other region that is SEC heavy going into the Sweet 16, and that's the Midwest. You've got Bama against Texas Tech tonight, Tennessee against a very good Virginia team just after 6 Eastern, and the second game of the day in St. Louis will be Kentucky against Iowa State. Kentucky just barely getting by against Santa Clara in the opening round, Blake. Those three teams, look, Alabama we know can score with anybody. Kentucky, I'll be honest, I had pegged as an early exit. I was wrong about that. And Tennessee, we all know the struggles that Rick Barnes has had, whether in Knoxville or in Austin over the years, getting out of the first couple of rounds of the tournament. So can any of those three teams go deep in that Midwest region?
Yeah, I think in terms of trust, I do feel like Alabama's probably the team you trust the most from that group. And like you said, one of the reasons why is, Kentucky, this is not the Kentucky team that we knew going into the preseason. This was not the team that was expected to be a top 10 team in the country. They've just been a little too inconsistent. I mean, that was the perfect sort of encapsulation of what their season has been, was the final stretch against Santa Clara. Like, that's been Kentucky's season, a complete roller coaster. And I think it's one where I feel like they've got a pretty tough matchup today, even without Jefferson for Iowa State. I look at it and just feel like the turnovers are the big number there to keep an eye on, because Kentucky does struggle to take care of the ball. Iowa State's so good there. And, of course, I think the three-point shooting element's going to play a big key in that game. With Tennessee, I'm just like, what are you going to get out of Jacoby Gillespie? What are you going to get out of Nate Amon? Of course, who didn't score in their previous round game and, has been battling the injury and all that. How much is he himself today? I think Nate Amon's got to be huge if they're going to beat a team like Virginia, because otherwise, could you have one of those vintage sort of Tennessee 7-minute droughts where they don't make a field goal? Unfortunately, I've seen that several times this year. And so that would worry me a little bit with the Vols, even though I do have them advancing to the Sweet 16. I don't think this is the worst matchup they could have gotten in terms of that 6-3 with Virginia. But with Alabama, the thing is, obviously they're playing without a key player in Aiden Holloway, but they just have such a different gear, I think, than everybody else. And we've seen that, right? Look back a couple of years ago when Alabama made the Final Four run, everybody kept saying the same thing. They're like, hey, defensively, there's no shot a team like that is going to be able to make the Final Four. But they were so good offensively that it didn't matter. And I think that's where in a game like this, where you expect fully to be a high-scoring type game, Texas Tech wants to try to probably limit the number of possessions Alabama's going to get. I still think trying to do that is much easier said than done. So I would probably trust Alabama a bit more in this scenario. But honestly, I don't hate it for all three of these SEC teams. But, again, the numbers seem to probably suggest one of these teams probably advance. Hopefully it's not, you go over in these three games. But there's a wide variety of outcomes, I think, with these three.
With Florida trying to repeat, they have to get past Iowa today. You would think that would be a doable matchup for them. Is there anything about Nebraska, should Florida advance, that scares you in terms of Florida making it to the Elite Eight?
Yeah, hopefully Florida's like, please don't make us play that game in Oklahoma City the way that Vanderbilt did. They're going to appreciate that not being the case, I think. But, Florida might have to run the Big Ten gauntlet here against Iowa, Nebraska, and maybe even Illinois if they can sneak by Houston. So I think with Florida, look, whether it's Iowa, whether it's Nebraska, everything is going to point towards just the consistency of their top two guards, and Xavier Lee and Bogey Flan. Like, how do those guys play? That's going to determine whether Florida can win the national championship. There's just zero sort of concern anyone should have with this front court. They're just too kind of overpowering. They're too overwhelming on the glass. And I think, that's kind of one of the things with Todd Golden. He is focused on how do we win the game at the rim, because they've done that so many times this year, and that has been the separator for them. And I think that's probably going to be the separator in this game against Iowa. With Nebraska, obviously it's a team we know they can get hot, and if that's the matchup you get, Florida, on the other hand, not so great when it comes to shooting the ball. So if you're Iowa, if you're Nebraska, if you're anybody that sees the Gators the rest of the way, you're pretty much saying, how do I design a matchup here that is going to dare them to beat me from three? And if we kind of make them do that, you feel like you have a pretty good chance. I mean, we're talking about a team that shoots 31% from two, or 31% from three, which is 315th nationally. And that is where you have the biggest concern, I think, with the Gators right now. So will Iowa come out and have something for that? Will Lynn McCullough have something? Maybe. Will Fred Hoiberg have something? Maybe. That's where I think it really comes down to the matchup, because any other path, I think, to beating Florida is going to be really tough, because Thomas Houck, Alex Condon, Ruben Chenyulu, Mike Han-Logden, it's the best front group that you're going to find. And unless Iowa and Nebraska and anyone else can find a way, again, just to make this all about the guards, Florida's going to have a big advantage.
Blake Lovell of the Southeastern 16, which you can find on YouTube and on social media at 16 Southeastern, is with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in the middle of the madness of March. All right, let's turn it back to a couple of teams who didn't make it through to this point yet from the SEC, Blake. And let's talk about the way A&M went out to Houston last night and the way maybe Georgia went out to St. Louis in the first round the other day. Maybe Georgia ends up losing to Michigan the same way the Billikens did. That's probably not up for debate because Michigan looks really strong right now. But just, do you think, because you mentioned earlier, is it necessarily good for these big power conferences, including the SEC, which you cover, to just litter the field with a dozen teams or so every year? Do we start to see some pushback on that in so much as, hey, that's great, A&M is a 10 seed and Georgia is an 8 seed. They went to the tournament, but then they got absolutely throttled once they got there in their respective elimination games. Do you think we get more of that because of the way teams like that exited the tournament?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting discussion, right? And I mean, even, we tie in Missouri, who was pretty disappointing, I thought, against Miami and playing in that game in St. Louis. And think about it too, right? Who were the first two teams left out? Auburn, Oklahoma. And it's like, would those teams have fared any better? I don't know. I mean, Oklahoma was pretty hot, but I can't sit here and say that I thought that they would have necessarily made a run in this tournament. And so that's where, this is going to get very interesting again, because I look at it, I am not for expanding the NCAA tournament. I've also been someone, and hey, if I had the answer, then, maybe I'd be working for the NCAA. I don't have a great answer for this, but I think you have to somehow, if you're going to expand this tournament, you've got to reward regular season champions somehow, in my opinion, because, you do have some of these conference tournaments where you have these staggered sort of domino-looking conference brackets where you start on a Tuesday and finish on a Saturday, and you make sure you give your 1 seed and your 2 seed, that bye all the way up until the semifinals. And that's probably the best you can do in that scenario. But, I do like the idea, and of course it would kind of throw a wrench into just the value of the conference tournaments. But I do like the idea of, hey, let's find a way to reward these teams who over a 20-something game sample size maybe in their conference had the better body of work. And will that give us a better tournament where you have more upsets? It's certainly possible if you're just playing the numbers from that perspective. And so March is what it is. You love the upsets. You love the runs that people make in the conference tournament and all that. But if you're going to expand this thing, let's get the best teams in there. Let's get the teams that, again, proved it over a 2-month or more span. Then I think you're going to have much more of an argument for saying, all right, let's put those teams in versus, the 11th, 12th best team in the SEC. Whereas now we place such a big emphasis on the metrics. Well, of course the SEC is going to be really good in the metrics because, you're going to look at, again, comparing it in terms of strength and all that to these other conferences just aren't going to be able to keep up in that regard. So the more we keep kind of placing that emphasis there, look, the more you're going to have the SEC and the Big Ten and the Big 12 continue to kind of grab a lot of these spots. And, this will be a topic, I think, the debate until the end of time. But if we do get to that point, listen, again, even as someone who likes the SEC and would probably be great for our business, which covers the SEC, I can't say I would rather see the 14th best SEC team in over, again, let's say a mid-major regular season champion who just happened to lose by 3 points in their conference tournament final.
Great insight, Blake. We really appreciate your time today, man. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and thanks again for checking in.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. That's Blake Lovell from the Southeastern 16 on YouTube. Find him on social media as well at 16 Southeastern and his personal account at the Blake Lovell. I hate to get to the point where we feel bogged down about this conversation about the power conferences and whether they're getting too much opportunity as it relates to the mid-majors. But I do think it's a conversation that when we finally push through to the Sweet 16 being completed after today, Kate, and we won't have, again, short of a Utah State upset of Arizona later tonight, we won't have any non-power conference teams involved in the Sweet 16.
Which is going to feel kind of weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I like it either. But based on everything that Blake just told us, it sounds like, that's the way it's going to be trending over the next couple of years. I wish we would have had more. I guess maybe the quality of the games will be better. Like maybe that's the silver lining is we'll get really competitive games having these top tier teams going up against each other. But we still kind of got that with some Cinderellas every once in a while. And that's what made it fun.
Wouldn't we argue that maybe
one of the two best games yesterday was High Point, Arkansas, right? And
yeah.
you know, that involves High Point, a team that until a couple years ago still didn't have an NCAA tournament victory. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. We are up and running in St. Louis for this second day of the NCAA tournament weekend. Purdue and Miami are underway. We'll update you on that after the break. Plus, talk about the rest of the 8 games being played today and setting the rest of the Sweet 16 field. Can Kansas upset St. John's? We consider that an upset. I think that's an interesting one to talk about. How much farther can Miami go? Can they push past Purdue? Can that Utah State upset over Arizona happen? All of that on the way next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
170. Santa Clara out right to left. No timeout. Gavaluga up high right wing. Works down the arc. Throws to Graves. Right wing 3 for the lead. It is good! 2.4 seconds. Sedek wanted timeout. Kentucky the other way. Oway for the tie. Banks it in for 35 feet. Otega Oway saves the day for Kentucky. He banks it in from 35. Graves for 3. Oway for 3. Back and forth in the final 3 seconds. And we go to overtime to start the day in St. Louis.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Nate Gatter on the call on Westwood One alongside Jordan Cornette Friday afternoon in St. Louis as Kentucky sent it to overtime against Santa Clara. Otega Oway on the buzzer beater from 35 feet, and then they won in overtime. This is why we love the tournament. Are we necessarily getting the small schools and the mid-majors and the Cinderellas through? Maybe not, but we're still getting some of the madness. Purdue up early on Miami in St. Louis. That game also being called by Nate and Jordan on Westwood One as well. You're home for the entire NCAA tournament, but we appreciate you being with us. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports and inside your Westwood One Sports app. Always live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. I was in the car listening to the end of that, Kate, and so I heard Nate's call live as it happened. And this is what great play-by-play people do. And you've done a ton of play-by-play and color commentary, radio and TV. But if they can make it feel on the radio the same way it feels when you have the visual on TV, and that's what it was. I'm driving, knowing that I have Santa Clara upsetting Kentucky and just white-knuckling the wheel as I'm trying to traverse the Parkway West in Pittsburgh. And I'm like, oh, he hit it. And that's great play-by-play work by Nate. And just that's why we love the tournament, because even if we lose and it crushes our bracket dreams and hopes, we still get those incredible moments.
Well, and like 2 incredible calls within one with, I'm blanking. Who hit the first buzzer beater? Who did Kentucky beat in that game?
Santa Clara. Yeah, Santa Clara comes down.
Santa Clara, thank you. Okay, yes. Santa Clara hitting the first 3, like that in and of itself had to be like a wild roller coaster for you in the car. And then Kentucky coming right back seconds later, doing the exact same thing. So, and with the call, like always phenomenal calls when the play-by-play guy calls it and then they just lay out and let the whole crowd noise. Like that is what gets you as a fan of like, sports in general, but in these big moments too. So yeah, I mean, great call, great game all around. Kentucky has a good big matchup today. Iowa State. Don't know if we get the same type of buzzer beater action this afternoon.
Yeah, that one also in St. Louis, obviously, and we'll tip after Purdue Miami goes final. If you're trying to add some fun, as if you need anything more to bite your fingernails over, get inside the BetMGM app right now, and if they score the most points, you'll score bonus bets. For each round of March matchups, you have the opportunity to predict which team will score the most points. If you're correct, you'll win a share of bonus bets. All you got to do, 3 easy steps. Enter the March matchups $500,000 pick'em free to play game inside your BetMGM app. Then pick which team you think will score the most points in any round of the tournament. If the team you selected scores the most points that round, you'll win a share of bonus bets, all inside your BetMGM app. Make it legendary. So we mentioned Purdue Miami are underway right now. Purdue up 19-12, 12 minutes to go in the first half. After that, we'll have Iowa State Kentucky. The one I'm most looking forward to today, Kate, is the third game on the slate. It is in that stacked East region, the blue blood region, as some people have called it, but it's out in San Diego, 5:15 Eastern, 2:15 Pacific, St. John's against Kansas. I mentioned earlier, the Jayhawks, they struggled a bit with Cal Baptist in the first round, while St. John's against Northern Iowa looked suffocating, as St. John's has looked most of the year. St. John's is the favorite in this game. By 3.5 at BetMGM. I am all over St. John's, not only if I'm betting it, but just the pick in the bracket. I don't know if they get past Duke or not. I mentioned I've got my concerns about Duke, and we can get back into that conversation because I thought you made a good point about maybe Duke getting over some early hiccups and now being ready to roll. But I will say this. If Kansas were to beat St. John's this afternoon, I don't have any questions at all about Duke getting to the Final Four at that point. I think the only team that can stop Duke is St. John's. And again, they take on the Jayhawks in about a little over 4.5 hours.
I think this is one where Kansas could cover in this as 3.5 point underdogs. I think this could be a very close one that comes down to the wire. They're the better free throw shooting team. They're the better 3-point shooting team. So those two metrics kind of make me want to look a little bit towards Kansas, but I'm also so scared off of the fact that Kansas could not score in their first round game. And that's to a much lesser Cal Baptist team. So all of a sudden you go on a scoring drought of over 10 minutes in the second half. If you do that against St. John's, they're going to put you away and you're not going to be able to hold on to that type of lead. So that really scares me about Kansas, which is why I'm going to side with you. And I have St. John's in my bracket to advance this one, but I think we could be seeing one that comes down to the wire, especially we talk about Darius Acuff and what he's able to do, how he's able to carry a team. Peterson, like, can he carry the team today? He had a little bit of a slow start, came on a little stronger midway through the game and then towards the end. But having a breakout star like that's considered a top draft pick, number 1 draft pick. I mean, sure, people can debate top 3, whatever, but we don't have that on St. John's. That would be my concern with Kansas upsetting St. John's this afternoon. But in terms of my bracket, I have St. John's advancing.
You know what? We haven't gone over who we each have in our brackets yet to this point. So maybe that's worth a conversation here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Who do you have in your Final Four? I'll just lay out mine first. I mentioned Duke. I have Duke out of the East. I have Florida out of the South. I had Gonzaga out of the West, big dummy that I am. And I have Michigan out of the Midwest. And then I have Michigan beating Duke in the national championship game. What about you?
All right. Let's see. I have Duke out of the East, Houston out of the South. I have Michigan out of the Midwest, and I have Purdue out of the West. And then I have Houston beating Michigan.
Okay. So 2 twos and 2 ones.
It all. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting. I came into the tournament very down on Houston. They've made me look silly through their first 2 games. Granted, the first one against Idaho, but the second one dominant against Texas A&M last night. So they're already through to the Sweet 16. As for the rest of today's games, Kate, I mentioned Kate. We talked about Kansas, St. John's, obviously. Virginia, Tennessee is an interesting one. Florida, Iowa, Arizona, Utah State. Utah State really the only non-major conference team left at this point. UConn, UCLA, which maybe could be ripe for an upset given how UConn stumbled into the tournament. And Alabama, Texas Tech. Tech managed to survive Akron and look pretty good without JT Toppin.
Yeah, I mean, in that game especially, that's the one where you have 2 stars missing with Toppin, and then you got to help me with the kid's name, that the drug bust kid that just happened. Alabama is without their star player. So like what other, and I don't want to call them role players, but like what
Aiden
other
Holloway
guys are going to,
who you're talking about. Yeah.
Aiden Holloway. Yes. Thank you.
You're 8.5 months pregnant. You've got full on pregnancy brain. It's okay.
There's such a thing called pregnancy brain. I've got this kid kicking me all the time. Like I can't remember. I have gotten significantly dumber throughout the last 8.5 months being pregnant. I kid you not. I can't remember anything. I've never been a type A list person, but I have to write daily to-do lists for myself to like just get normal tasks done. So Aiden Holloway, Chris, thank you for helping me out there. It's just going to be interesting without the 2-star players for each team. Alabama can score, right? I mean, I think Texas, I think this is of all the games today that is the most of a toss-up. I think that could be Texas Tech and Alabama.
And that's the one we'll have to stay up late for, obviously. May not tip until close to 10 Eastern. So this is a very minor complaint, Okay. We can have lots of beefs about the NCAA tournament, the NIL era, and what it's doing to Cinderellas and all that kind of stuff. I do have a beef with when we were kids, the NCAA tournament on the Sunday would end on either Sunday, whether it was Sweet 16 Sunday or Final Four Sunday, to find the Sweet 16 and the Final Four teams, would always end before like 7 o'clock. And you would have the rest of your Sunday evening to sort of come down with Sunday scaries and worry about going to school or work the next day. Now we're going to be up until midnight watching Alabama, Texas Tech tonight if we're basketball fans. And if you've got a bracket filled out and you have either one of those teams going past Michigan, maybe, regardless, you're going to be up late watching basketball on a Sunday night. That is one minor beef I have with the current iteration of the NCAA tournament since they went to the, CBS Turner arrangement over the last 10 years or so. It's a minor beef, but a beef nonetheless for an old man like me who wants to get his sleep.
Chris, that's a major beef for me. Why isn't the tournament thinking of the 8.5-month pregnant people that want to stay up and watch basketball? I can barely make it to like 9 p.m. most nights. So like these last couple days have been a struggle to keep my eyes open watching these games. So I'm with you. I wish that I wouldn't mind having, more games overlap in the afternoon. I kind of like having the multiple TVs on and being able to check out everything going on, especially early like this. Like we have one game on right now. Why couldn't we have two and just kind of shuffle things up a little bit further throughout the day?
Right. We'll only have one game on at a time, really all the way up through dinner time in the East.
Right.
Because Kentucky, Iowa State will tip after Purdue, Miami. And then you've got St. John's, Kansas, as I mentioned, at 5:15 Eastern. And then at 6:10 Eastern, Tennessee, Virginia. So all the way up through the first half of the St. John's, Kansas game, basically, you'll only have the one game going on. And one of the beauties of the tournament over the years has been that you have multiple games on and you're trying to keep up with all of them. So yeah, maybe it is more of a major beef than a minor beef. Speaking of major beefs, we got a major beef with somebody who majorly stuck their foot in their mouth. We'll let you hear exactly what they had to say that they've already apologized for coming up at the top of the hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Joel Berry, former Tar Heel point guard from the ACC Network, will join us in about 35 minutes as well. But coming up next, we lost a legend on Thursday. And naturally, we spin off into a draft of some sort because that's the kind of stuff we do here on BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. This is Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Epic work by our board operator, Grant. Not only getting a Chuck Norris drop in there, but also the Walker, Texas Ranger theme. R.I.P. Chuck Norris. We lost him way too soon on Thursday. I think he was 86. Thursday, Chuck Norris didn't die. He just got tired of being on Earth. Chuck Norris leaves the land of the living. And so I thought, you know what, let's break things up. We're going to get back into March Madness. Purdue up 25-24, 27-24 now on Miami in the first half. We'll get back into the NFL. Someone said something so totally and completely stupid they had to apologize less than 24 hours later. Plus, we may be a whole lot closer to an expanded schedule than we even realize. All that at the top of the hour. But I thought, Kate, we would break things up just a little bit. Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. And I thought we could have, in honor of Chuck Norris, I don't know if he'll be a selection here or not. We're only making 4 picks each. An action star draft. Are you ready for this? You admitted during the break that you've never seen Terminator.
Yes, I have not seen Terminator, Chris. I will admit that my pop culture is god awful. Like it's almost like a bit that's no longer, like, it can't even be a funny bit anymore because it's like that bad that it's just, it seems like it should be. I don't know. It's so bad. It's so bad. So take my action star heroes with a grain of salt here.
Okay.
Because we're just kind of going off of a lot of the names that we recognize and not necessarily the movies that they starred in. So I'll start us off with an action star. I'm going to go Harrison Ford. Yes, I have not seen Star Wars. Indiana Jones?
Wait, you haven't seen Star Wars either. You haven't seen Terminator or Star Wars.
No, I have not.
Wow.
But I know how big those movies are. I know how big Star Wars is. I know how big Indiana Jones is. So I know the lure of these action stars in them. I just haven't actually myself watched them. So Harrison Ford, my number one.
I'll say low key, great action movie involving Harrison Ford. Grant just threw Air Force One in the chat. I was going to mention, you should know this as a Chicago resident because part of it was filmed during the famous Chicago St. Patty's Day Parade, The Fugitive, with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones, sorry. Tommy Lee, Motley Crue. He was in a different movie with Pam
I have seen The Fugitive.
We can't air any parts of.
Yeah, not so much.
So Harrison Ford is your first overall pick.
Yep.
As I digress. All right. My first overall pick. I'm glad you left him on the board because you haven't seen the Terminator movies. I mean, Terminator, Predator. He's literally in a movie called Last Action Hero. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold has to be my first overall pick in an action stars draft. You can't question Arnold Schwarzenegger as maybe the top action hero of all time. He parlayed it into a governorship, for God's sake. So I'll go with Arnold as my first pick. Who's second on your board?
I think that's very fair. I'm going to go Keanu Reeves, The Matrix.
That's a good call.
Action.
Yeah,
Keanu.
he was on my board too, just because I don't think you really consider The Replacements an action movie. It's a sports movie, but there's action amongst it. And, the Matrix movies alone, though. Plus, you put the John Wick movies in there as well. Exactly. Keanu's definitely a top 2 round pick. So that's a smart move by you.
Thank you.
My second overall pick, I can't believe I'm getting these guys 1-2 in this draft. This is an absolute steal. An absolute steal. From Rambo to Rocky to everything he's ever done. Sylvester Stallone, my second round pick in the Action Stars draft. I'm crushing it so far. Please tell me you've at least seen Rambo.
I've seen Rocky.
Oh my God.
I've seen a couple of the Rocky movies, right? Multiple. Yeah, no, have never seen Rambo. You're drafting against, like, who's the worst drafting team in the NFL that's just, like, notorious for poor draft? That's who you're going up against right now.
You're
Chris.
the New York Jets. Put an E on
Exactly.
the end of Stallone, please, Max. Thank you. So I've got Schwarzenegger and Stallone. You've got Harrison Ford and Keanu Reeves. Who's your third pick?
All right, my third. I'm going Tom Cruise because he does all his own stunts. Okay, you got to give the guy credit for that. Top Gun, he's doing all his own things. Tom Cruise, my number 3.
Cruise, by the way. I like that I'm live spell checking Max on the air, too, as he's throwing the names up on the screen. If you want to watch on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. All right, my third round pick, and Tom Cruise is a solid one. I'm going to go with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who every single movie he's in, there's some sort of action element to it. We don't even have to include the WWE aspect of it. So you can put up The Rock if you want, Max. You can put up Dwayne Johnson, however you want to name him. Even the stuff that he's in with Kevin Hart is hilarious, but also great action sequences. So Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is my number 3. Who's your fourth and final pick in the Action Stars draft, Kate?
All right, I'm going to go with this guy because I love these movies and I have actually seen these movies. I'm going to go further down the board here and take a flyer on a late round pick.
Okay.
Liam
Neeson. Yeah.
Liam Neeson. Taken.
I have a very particular set of skills.
Yes. He has to be on my list. I'm a big fan of him and the Taken movies. And I feel like I have to include at least someone that of movies I have watched in this draft.
I will say, as the father of a teenage daughter, Liam Neeson hits different when you watch Taken. You're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. I could go full Liam Neeson if I have to on this kid coming to the front door to pick up my daughter for a date tonight. I just want to open the door.
Chris. As you should. Yeah. Being a protective
and you know
father.
What? Funny that leads directly into my final pick, my fourth pick in the Action Stars draft. Kate has Harrison Ford, Keanu Reeves, Tom Cruise, and Liam Neeson. I have Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. My fourth pick, who has become somewhat of a punchline over the last couple of years because of his marriage and all the things that have gone into it, because of a big moment at the Oscars, all of the things, he's still a great action hero, a great action star, Will Smith. Whether it's Bad Boys, whether it's Independence Day, the one where, I can't remember the one with the zombies, or like the walkers. I can't remember the name of the movie, but Will Smith, I Am Legend. Thank you, Grant. Will Smith is a bona fide action star. Again, he's a punchline these days, unfortunately, because of everything with his marriage and slapping Chris Rock and all of that. But Will Smith went from cheesy late 80s, early 90s kind of kid rapper to sitcom star to a third act as an action star. And he's got that great scene mentioning teenage daughters going on dates in Bad Boys 2, maybe it is, where the kid comes to the door to pick up Martin Lawrence's daughter for a date. And he starts waving the gun around like he's drunk and says some things, again, that I can't repeat on the air. Great scene that always makes me laugh, and that fathers of teenage daughters always repeat when we talk about our daughters going out on dates. So Will Smith is my fourth pick. There is our Action Stars draft for those of you watching on screen on YouTube. Kate goes with Harrison Ford, Keanu Reeves, Tom Cruise, and Liam Neeson. I go with Arnold, Sly, The Rock, and Will Smith. I think I win, Kate, just by virtue of the fact that 3 of my 4 can go by a singular name.
Yeah, Chris, I will concede here. You have won this draft. You will have the better team this upcoming season. And you're right. Going by a first name basis, those are the big ones. I messed that up not taking them. But hey, can't win every draft. There's next year.
I think you did a hell of a job considering, like you said, you haven't seen 90% of the movies that we brought up.
Which is a
so
problem.
Good job by you. We get back into March Madness with Joel Berry, former North Carolina Tar Heel from the ACC Network, in 25 minutes. Coming up next, someone said something so dumb they had to immediately apologize for it. We let you hear it next on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back into BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Somebody said something very, very dumb the other day. So dumb they had to almost immediately apologize for it. We'll let you hear that in just a couple of minutes. Plus, Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk had some interesting insight on the NFL schedule when he was on the Rich Eisen show earlier this week that we need to get into. I hate to sort of break the rundown and go in a sad direction very briefly here. But it's been confirmed by Michael Russo, who covers the Minnesota Wild for The Athletic, that Jesse Pierce, who covered the Minnesota Wild very closely, I knew her because of some work I did covering the Penguins back in the day, unfortunately was lost overnight in a house fire. Her and her 3 children, Hudson, Caden, and Avery. Jesse was a phenomenal human being. Anybody that covered the Minnesota Wild, covered hockey, or knew anything about hockey, knew how much she loved the game itself. And the only thing she loved more than that were her kids. And unfortunately, the reporting of KMSP in the Twin Cities is confirming, Fox 9 in Minnesota, that there was a house fire in White Bear Lake last night that unfortunately took the 4 residents in the home. And it's being confirmed by Michael Russo of The Athletic that was Jesse and her 3 children. Like I said, I hate to break format and break the rundown based on this, but I just noticed it a couple minutes ago. It's just being confirmed within the last hour. Again, if you are a hockey fan of any kind, you've undoubtedly come across Jesse's work at some point, and it was because she was so effervescent in her love of the game. And, you know, some great stories she did on Marc-Andre Fleury during his time in Minnesota and just all her coverage of the Minnesota Wild. So, you know, thoughts and prayers are very cliche at any time, much less a time like this. But I'll say personally, and for everyone else here at Westwood One Sports, we're thinking of Jesse's family at such a terrible, terrible time. I just noticed that a couple minutes ago and wanted to bring it up probably all too briefly here, Kate, but pass it along to hockey fans who happen to listen to BetMGM Game Day and the rest of the sports world.
Yeah, wow. That is just absolutely terrible. I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. I mean, that's tragic. I did not know Jesse at all, but hockey is huge in Minnesota, and growing up in Minnesota, like if you were covering hockey, you were very well known in the area, and just the work that she did. Again, I didn't know her personally, but certainly know her name and the work that she had done. But that's terrible, Chris.
Yeah, awful news this morning. So again, our thoughts are with Jesse's family. Michael Russo of The Athletic confirming that news just a few minutes ago on social media. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Always inside your Westwood One Sports app. We are keeping you up to date on March Madness, where it looks like Miami took a small lead to the half against Purdue in that one that's currently being played in St. Louis. We'll talk to Joel Berry, former UNC point guard, obviously won a national title with the Tar Heels in his time there, now does work for the ACC network. And we'll talk to him about the future of Hubert Davis in Chapel Hill. How much time is left on that clock? Because North Carolina exiting the tournament, granted, you know, when you're dealing with the loss of your best player, it's tough to continue to go deep into any tournament, whether it was the ACC conference tournament or the NCAA tournament. North Carolina losing to VCU, a 6-11 upset in the first round the other day. We'll talk to Joel about all of that in about 15 minutes. But I mentioned off the top here, Kate, Cam Scattaboo was on something called Bring the Juice on YouTube, a podcast. And Cam Scattaboo and the host of the podcast got into a discussion about CTE. Listen for yourselves.
You think CTE is a real thing?
No, it's an excuse.
I think asthma is an excuse too.
Yeah.
Is that a hot take?
No, that's a good
That's
take.
valid.
Yes, asthma's fake.
Is there anything worse than when you're in 4th grade and someone's huffing and puffing, you're just soft.
Yeah, just literally
Be better.
breathe air.
Cam Scattaboo on the Bring the Juice podcast on YouTube, talking about not just CTE, but asthma as well. Now, we'll first get Cam Scattaboo's apology out of the way, which he issued on Instagram yesterday, saying, quote, I recently did an interview and had a lapse in judgment, which resulted in me making a tasteless joke about CTE and asthma. It was never my intention to downplay the seriousness of head injuries or asthma. I sincerely apologize to anyone that was offended by my remarks, and I assure you that I'll be more mindful and respectful going forward. Kate, where do we start with this? I guess with the fact that a guy who quite obviously loves to run his head into a brick wall, literally and figuratively playing the game of football, is downplaying the existence of CTE.
Is an oxymoron like the right term to use for that? Because it feels like Cam Scattaboo being the player, the type of player he is, and he literally, you're right, he literally throws his head into a brick wall prior to playing to get himself ready to play. And I also just love the fact, Chris, that he just added asthma in there. Like no one asked him about asthma. He's like, let me just add another one that's fake. Asthma. Just breathe air. Like
just breathe. Well, I can't breathe air. Literally, the condition I have won't allow me to do so, Cam.
I mean, it's crazy because it almost feels like his brain isn't working quite properly. The fact that he's saying these things. Like when I saw his apology at first, like the first couple, what was it? The first part of the quote here is, I had a lapse in
judgment. Yeah.
Yes. And I thought he was going to go out and say like something like, you know, I've been hit in the head quite a few times as well. But like, no, this is just him just being so stupid. CTE is a huge thing that's been studied by the NFL, and you know, it's affected so many players. So for someone to come out and just be like, yeah, not real asthma. No, you're just soft. Like just such a bad look, And then to have to backtrack with the apology, dude, come on.
And in all seriousness, a league that has tried to tell us with a straight face that they're uber concerned about player safety, right? Yet at the same time is trying to add another game to the regular season schedule, right? Because the pivot off of this is the news earlier in the week, and it's not related to Cam Scattaboo at all, but it's Mike Florio who went on Rich Eisen's show. And I'm not going to play the whole clip because it's way too long, but essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, cites the fact that there hasn't been a date etched in stone yet for Super Bowl 62 in Atlanta, which would be January of 2028. So the season following this one that we're coming up on. And made the point that with J.C. Treader taking over the NFLPA, the league may be seriously looking at this as a window, a door opening to address the expansion of the schedule to 18 games in 20 weeks with an odd stipulation possibly thrown in there that other than quarterbacks, kickers, and punters, nobody can play more than 17 games. So essentially, you're now bringing load management to an extent into the NFL, which is wild to me. I can't see that part of it, that caveat getting thrown in there, but I do see that we are closer than ever, Kate, to an 18-game, 20-week schedule, which, again, we could talk about the player safety element of it, but also I think we have to question whether there's ever such a thing as too much football, because I used this coming season's schedule as an example. If we had 18 games and a 20-week regular season in 2026, the conference championship games wouldn't be played until Valentine's Day. And the Super Bowl would be on the final day of February 28th. Is there such a thing as too much football?
Yes, there certainly is such a thing as too much football. One, I mean, almost for the fan, but for the players, like I'm not sure any player really wants to play 18 games. I mean, I guess 17 if you have to sit out one, but like yes, there's certainly such a thing as too much football, but I think it's just inevitable of, if not when, we move to the 20, what would it be, 20-week season?
20-week schedule, yeah, because they'd add an extra bye. It would be 18 games in 20 weeks. Yeah.
Yes. And that's going to be inevitable, especially I think in the Florio interview, they mentioned like getting Super Bowls ready takes a full year, if not more, with all of everything you have to do, the sponsorships, the planning, all of that stuff. So the fact that the 2028 Super Bowl date is not set, I think that's a huge indicator, that was the point of their conversation, that we are going to a 20-week, 18-game schedule. But if player safety is your main objective as a league, why are you adding so many games? And then the stipulation that you have to sit out at least one game because we want you to be healthy. Exactly, Chris. It's all about
I'm making the money sign for those of you not watching at home. It's money. That's what it boils down to. And I think, again, with J.C. Treader taking over the NFLPA lead role now, and it sounds like that may be a bit of a contentious issue inside the PA, it may have opened the door for the league to getting this done sooner rather than later, because it will mean more money for the league and its owners. And that trickles down, we know, in the NFL to more money for the players. We've seen that this free agency season, to be honest. The cap has risen so much this offseason and has provided the opportunity to sign players to bigger contracts than have ever been signed before. I don't think, given the devaluation of the running back position, for example, that 3 or 4 years ago, Kenneth Walker III, even coming off a Super Bowl MVP, would have gotten the kind of deal he got in Kansas City. And that's just one as an example. There were other deals signed as well. But, the more the money comes in, it gets split between the owners and players. And the players are going to make that money too. And I think some people are going to look at this and say, okay, I don't want to play 18 games, but I didn't want to play 17. And look what it's done for the pocketbooks and the bank accounts of those of us who are playing this game. I don't know if it'll trickle down to the, guys 50, 51, 52, 53 on the roster. But in general, the more money in the league, the more money for the players, which might make them amenable to this 18-game schedule, even if it means playing the Super Bowl on the final Sunday of February.
Which would just feel so weird to have the Super Bowl that late in the year, right? We're used to it being like the first weekend in February, to have it be that late. But you're right, money does win out. And I mean, I'm sure there are several players who would take an extra X amount to play another game. Plus, it's interesting that players don't have to sit out like a specified game. Like they don't have to sit out week 16. If they're hurt week 2, that counts as their game sitting out for the full, whatever, 18-week schedule. So I don't know. I think at the end of the day, whether it's the league or the players, money is the driving force of a lot of this. So I'm not sure how much pushback you actually get from the players.
And I do think that when you talk about pushing the schedule out into February, there's very little. Again, the regular season would wrap up, assuming they didn't start until after Labor Day, as is the tradition, because college football owns Labor Day weekend. That's their kickoff. Assuming that they didn't start until after Labor Day, we're talking about a regular season that wouldn't end until the final weekend of January most years. And February would be your playoff window. And I think when you look at what else is going on in sports in February, what do we have? We have the start of spring training. We have, college basketball is sort of pushing towards the end of its regular season. The NBA and NHL are usually in their all-star doldrums. There's very little standing in the way for the average sports consumer from saying, well, no, I'd rather watch A, B, C, or D than, oh my God, playoff football in February when most of the country is dealing with terrible weather anyway. Yeah, by all means, I'll sit inside and watch playoff football in February.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that is the early weeks in February, kind of like the dog days of sports season. We're not quite into March Madness yet. NBA, you're right. That lull with the NBA All-Star game, you have nothing going on there. I mean, viewing wise, there's positives there. So there are a lot of positives to it. I just think at some point it's too much. And if we see players get hurt at a higher rate, do they backtrack? Like, at some point, do we go back to 17
I don't know
games, 16? Like, can you do that? Like, that's the thing.
I don't think you can put the genie back in the bottle once it's out, right?
So what happens if this is a significant issue in terms of player safety and player health over the next, I mean, if that happens in 2028, the next 5 years, and, you know, injuries are skyrocketing, they're going to be like, I mean, crap, what do we do? Because you go back to 16, 17 games, your revenue is cut, and that pisses everyone off.
That's not happening. There will always, someday, maybe not in our lifetimes, Kate, but someday in our children's lifetimes, there will be a St. Patrick's Day Super Bowl, and the NFL will make it. Yes, it will happen. I'm telling you, we're closer than ever, it feels like, to that 18-game, 20-week schedule. We'll get into the NFL. We'll ask Tyler Dragon what he thinks about this. He covers the league for USA Today. He'll join us in about 45 minutes. A MLB edition of GTFO, or Oh Yeah, coming up before the end of the hour as well. But coming up next, North Carolina out early in a 6-11 upset. We'll ask former Tar Heels point guard Joel Berry of the ACC Network what he thinks of that and the rest of the madness of March. That's next on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports.
7 seconds remaining. Stevenson, baseball pass, into the front court. Basar catch, turn, fire, off the heel, no! VCU, back from the dead, down 19 points in the second half, and the Rams keep running into the round of 32 in Greenville, 82-78.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Noah Eagle alongside LaFonso Ellis on the call on Westwood One as VCU came back and beat North Carolina in the first round the other day. We have had those moments, the madness of March, and you can catch every game on Westwood One inside your Westwood One Sports app alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day, live coast to coast on Sirius XM channel 375. What do you think so far of what you've seen over the first 3 days of the NCAA tournament? 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We will keep you up to date on all the games being played today. Obviously, there are 8 of them as we'll punch 8 more tickets for the Sweet 16 today. The first one in St. Louis underway right now between 2-seed Purdue in the West region and 7-seed Miami of Florida. Miami up 42-41, about a minute 12 into the second half. Tyler Dragon joins us at the top of the hour to continue some of those NFL conversations we were having about the expansion of the schedule seeming more and more imminent than ever before. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so, an MLB edition with opening day just a little more than 72 hours away now. Opening night, I guess, between the Yankees and Giants, a little more than 72 hours away. We'll play GTFO or Oh Yeah. But let's bring him in. He was a national champion in 2017 and does great work for the ACC network as well. Joel Berry joins us here on BetMGM Game Day. Afternoon, Joel. How are you? And thanks for making the time today. What do you think so far the first few days of the tournament?
Yeah, this tournament has been awesome. I know the question out there has been, is Cinderella dead? It's not dead. Some of these teams took some of these big-time programs down to the wire. That High Point, Arkansas game was great last night. Had me on the edge of my bed. Couldn't go to sleep last night. So it's the tournament always delivers. That's why it's the best time of the year. And I've been enjoying this Miami-Purdue game so far.
Joel, thanks so much for taking the time to join us. That is the conversation that we've had throughout the morning portion of the show. Texas is the only double-digit seed to advance so far, and they were a first 4 teams. So maybe the Cinderella isn't dead, but has NIL kind of changed the landscape of what we're seeing in the tournament?
Yeah, I think it has. I mean, you see some of these, usually you see Cinderellas kind of move on a little bit more. But I mean, they've taken these teams down to the wire. I mean, look at the number 1 overall seed and Duke going up against Siena. I think NIL has kind of changed things where I don't know if we'll see deep runs, but I think we'll still see these teams competing. And that's what the tournament is about. But, I think we're still in that kind of stage of trying to see if that will continue to be the case. But you got to look at it like school. There'll be guys that will, take more money going up to Power 4 schools, but there are a lot of teams or a lot of players that say, hey, look, I get to my 4th year and I just want to kind of play basketball and be able to get my numbers up because I may not make it to the NBA, but I can at least get video for overseas. So let me go down to a smaller school. So that's also happening, and I think we've seen some of that with some of these smaller understated teams being able to compete against the Power 4 schools.
Joel Berry, former North Carolina point guard, works for the ACC network now with us here on BetMGM Game Day. And speaking of double-digit seeds, VCU had an upset in the first round against your Tar Heels, Joel. And look, it's probably not fair. I know there are a lot of questions about Hubert Davis today in Chapel Hill. Probably not fair to put it all on him, given they were playing without Caleb Wilson. They obviously had guys step up. Vessar, one of them, throughout the latter portions of the season after Caleb Wilson went down. But just what is the state of hoops in Chapel Hill right now, given an early exit this year?
Yeah, it's uncertain right now. There's a lot of talk with Hubert Davis and Carolina potentially moving on. Like I said, I with with Carolina moving on from him, I wouldn't, if you ask me, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. It's unfortunate, but it's the times that we're in. I think it's not necessarily the results that he has produced. I think it's more of the process and some of these results that have happened. Like, yes, he's been the coach of the year for the ACC. He's been to a national championship. He's won the regular season. But in the midst of all of that, there has been the national championship. You blow a 15-point lead at halftime and lose. More recently, VCU, you're up 19, 14 minutes left to go. You blow that lead. Last year, the case was, okay, they were down 20 points and had to fight all the way back in the second half. I think that's what people are more concerned about. And for me, that VCU game, I just question the coaching. You have a team that's getting hot in the second half. They're shooting 62%, and all of a sudden you don't make a change. Some of the best teams in the country who are great defensively are making changes going to zone, even if your pride says no. So I think that's where everyone's kind of on edge about and uncertain about things moving forward. So we will see, but a decision has to be made quick because the portal opens here soon. So we'll see what ends up happening. But a lot of things are uncertain, and there are things that are moving right now.
As a Tar Heel, I know you probably don't like the Blue Devils. That's probably putting it lightly. But I have to ask you, I mean, they have not looked good in 3 of the 4 halves that they've played so far in the tournament here. I mean, Siena gave them their biggest deficit of the year in that first game, and then it took them to halftime to really wake up against TCU. What do you think is going on right now with Duke and the way they've been playing?
Yeah, I mean, you got some freshmen that are involved. I know people will say, well, they got some returners last year from that Final Four run. But a lot of those returners were guys that were kind of, just hanging out behind the scenes, not really playing much. Caleb Foster, Isaiah Evans, Patrick Gamba, they really weren't getting major minutes on that run. So, I think it's a little bit of that. But also you're down your 2 starters. I mean, the ACC has gotten a hit with all of these guys, a lot of their players being out, and Duke was one of them. But as you saw that game yesterday, Patrick Gamba, having him back was huge for them because that high-low action between him and Cam Boozer just gives them another dynamic to their offense, and it allows Cam Boozer to kind of operate and punish backside help. So, it's part of it. This is what's fun, Kate. The part of March Madness where we do see these teams getting hot. They're playing for their season as well, and they want to make a run. So I think it's a little bit of that. But we saw the firepower that they had in the second half against TCU.
Joel, what's the state of the second tier of the ACC? Now Miami is giving Purdue a push, and the Boilermakers may have to deal without CJ Cox for the rest of the game. He just left and walked off to the locker room, but so that remains to be seen. Virginia's going to take on Tennessee later tonight, but Clemson loses to Iowa. Just what is the state of that second tier of the ACC? And, we're only a year off of everybody saying it was Duke and nobody else.
Yeah, I mean, as you've seen this year, how fast things can turn around. The ACC needs schools like Virginia, NC State, Miami. They need the teams to be good. And having new coaches come in, turn things around, it's been quick. I will say, the ACC kind of behind the 8 ball with providing resources and working together as a collective to make the conference better. Back when I was playing, it was more of you were kind of your own entity and really didn't have to worry about what was going on with other teams as long as you had a good schedule and had strength in your schedule and wins. That's what mattered most. But as an ACC and any conference right now, you have to be collectively good. So I know they had some exits, but you have to also look at ACC had 4 teams last year. Now you have 8, and it just shows how fast things can turn around. So I think moving forward, you will continue to see this. These new coaches have laid a foundation, and I think it'll continue to get better and better as the ACC kind of finds some footing with all the volatility and up and down with coaches leaving and new coaches being established. It takes time, but I think we've seen how fast it can get going with having new blood in the ACC or any conference.
Joel, we have some games today that have phenomenal coaches. St. John's, Kansas, and then UCLA and UConn. Like, those matchups alone, just watching the coaches are going to be fun. Do you have any thoughts on how either of those 2 games could play out today?
Yeah, UConn, I mean, they're going to have to UCLA is going to have to deal with Big Reed down there in the paint. I mean, 31 and 27 in his last game. That was huge for UConn. And then they got to be ready to guard all of their actions. UCLA kind of has been a team that, has been up and down, not consistent. But it'll be a very interesting game just to see Mick Cronin and Dan Hurley on the sideline. I think the cameras will be on them just as much as it'll be on the game. So that'll be a fun matchup. And then you look at St. John's, Kansas. St. John's, I have them in that one. I just don't think Kansas has enough to deal with the helter-skelter that St. John's play with. They put so much pressure on you in Kansas. Like an Iowa State team, they struggled with. And St. John's brings that type of physicality. But this is what March Madness is about, seeing these 4 schools with the prominence and the history that they have with all of these 4 schools. I'm looking forward to it, and it'll be some great matchups.
Joel Berry, former UNC point guard, won a title with the Tar Heels in 2017, analyst for the ACC Network, with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable with you. Let's assume Arizona gets past Utah State, and let's assume Florida gets past Iowa. We'll still have all 4 1 seeds going into the Sweet 16, Joel. Which of them impresses you the most? Because I feel like a lot of people docked Florida for that ugly loss to Vandy in the SEC tourney a week ago, but they came out guns a-blazing against Prairie View.
Yeah, that game was it was over before it even started. I think Florida, to me, is a very dominant team. In this state of college basketball where a lot of teams are trying to figure out which way to go. Do we go to pro style or do we go old traditional? What I played with was 2 traditional bigs and kind of like a hybrid 3 that Florida has in Thomas Houck. I like both of these teams. But, Florida, you look at Vandy, they had to score 94 points to beat them. They're a high-powered team. They dominate offensively. Over 50% of their points come from in the paint. And you have to deal with that, and it's hard because it's not only their first shot, but they kill you on the offensive rebounds as well. So I look at last year, their guards were the story. This year, it's their front court, and they're very dominant. Arizona is the same way. Like when we look at these teams that are making it, look at the makeup of what they have. They have solid guard play, but they have dominant bigs to where they can rely on really putting pressure on you with the highest percentage shot in basketball, whether it be pro or whether it be college basketball. Finishing around the rim is the highest percentage shot you can get. That's why I have Arizona winning it, but that's why Florida and Arizona are so dominant, because you have to guard them inside and they can punish you in there.
Joel, one last quick question here for you. You've been on both ends, one of celebrating a championship and then some heartbreak in the tournament as well. Just how special is it to even play in the NCAA tournament? And do you still kind of carry a lot of those memories with you today?
Oh yeah, I carry all of those memories. My body is like a cell of mixed emotions because March is so great to me. But March always starts off with the worst shot that I've ever seen in my life that has been with me since that day in Chris Jenkins. But also being able to have redemption at the end going into April. So it's very special. And I tell people, we look at all of these teams, and you're saying, how do they lose in the first round? How is it they didn't make a run? We almost lost to Arkansas, and they were a 9 seed. It is very hard in this tournament to advance, survive and advance. And just to be able to have 2 experiences in the national championship, it is a huge blessing. But it's, you look at the trophies and whatnot, it's about the experiences that you make alongside some of the people that you consider near and dear to you. And that was what was fun about it. So all the madness is awesome, and I love it. And that's why this is, to me, is the best time of the year. And having that national championship, I'm sitting in my office right now, and I'm looking at the jersey that I wore in the national championship. To be able to look at that every single day and be part of history, I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Joel, we appreciate the insight so much. Thanks for taking some time, and enjoy the rest of the madness.
Thank you, Joel.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, yep. Thanks for having me. Y'all enjoy it as well.
Absolutely. Follow him on Twitter, X, Joel Berry II. Obviously won a title with North Carolina, played in another national championship game with the Tar Heels as well, works for the ACC network now. And, if I got a redo after the Sweet 16 were set, Kate, after listening to the way Joel talked about Florida and Arizona there, that would probably be my redo on the national championship game. But you don't get redos on your brackets. You don't get
No, you don't. I wish you could just pull a little mulligan, right? And have a re-rack because I don't have Florida or Arizona in my Final Four, which is a big problem.
Purdue up 50-48 on Miami right now with about 12 and a half minutes left in that one. As mentioned, Purdue guard CJ Cox left just a few moments ago to go back to the locker room. Haven't noticed yet if he has come back or not, but that could be a big loss. He was 3 of 4 beyond the arc early and had, I believe, 11 points to get Purdue going as Miami continues to push the Boilermakers in the second half of that one. A possible 7-2 upset in the West region. We'll keep you up to date as that one nears completion. Baseball about to get started. Opening night Wednesday between the Yankees and the Giants on Netflix, and then a full round of games on Thursday for opening day around Major League Baseball. An MLB opening day edition of GTFO, or oh yeah, we'll fire some hot takes at each other next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Are you ready? Because baseball is ready to go. The game back Wednesday night. Giants, Yankees on Netflix, and then the rest of the league jumps in on Thursday for opening day around MLB. We will play an MLB opening day edition of GTFO or Oh Yeah in just a moment. Top of the hour, we ask Tyler Dragon of USA Today, who covers the NFL, how soon are we going to get to 18 games? Because based off what Mike Florio told Rich Eisen the other day, could be a whole lot closer than any of us realizes. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Purdue up 57-52 halfway through the second half in St. Louis on Miami. And the Cavener twins are facing off in the Court of Legends game. You can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Real simple. Opt into the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game inside your BetMGM app. Select which Cavener twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends, a one-on-one game hosted at the Bank at the Bellagio in Las Vegas. If the twin you select wins, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Find it all inside your BetMGM app and make March legendary. Zach knows ball. Our producer, Zach Krull, knows basketball just as well as anybody, and we'll get some of his takes on the first 3 days of the tournament coming up in just a few minutes as well. But baseball is upon us, Kate, so it's time to fire off some hot takes. For those who haven't played GTFO or Oh Yeah with us before, we'll go around the room and fire off some hot takes, and the rest of us will tell that person whether to GTFO with it or Oh Yeah, which can range anywhere from a mild Oh Yeah all the way up through the Kool-Aid Man portion of the prism to the Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh, yeah, if you really totally agree with it. So I will start with our board op Grant, who has a surprisingly spicy take about how things may play out in Detroit this year. Grant, tell us what you have for today's edition of GTFO or Oh Yeah.
All right, we'll start off with a really spicy one, which probably won't happen, but this concept, GTFO or Oh Yeah. So we'll start things off. The Tigers will struggle for the first part of the season and become sellers at the deadline, and they will trade Tarek Skubal and get a load of prospects for him.
Ooh, Kate, I'll let you start with this one. Tarek Skubal goes at the deadline. What do you think?
GTFO. GTFO. I don't think they've come out and said that they don't want to trade him whatsoever. And I think I think you can believe that. Sure, you might get a haul back, but I mean, how good is Skubal and what wins you games in the postseason pitching? Like, I don't know why you would get rid of someone like that. And maybe you think he'll walk in free agency because he's going to be a free agent at the end of 2026, right? So that would be the only reason if you think you can't sign him back would be then to trade him. So I'm going to say GTFO, but I'm kind of on the fence there.
I will say I give it a very mild Oh Yeah, but an Oh Yeah because I think to your point, Kate, if the Tigers do struggle early this year and maybe if they see that it's going to be impossible to work out some kind of extension with Scott Boras and Tarek Skubal, the Tigers say, hey, we're out of it. We're going to cut our losses. Yeah. And they've signed Framber Valdez in the offseason. Maybe they look at him as the main arm going forward. I wouldn't make that decision, but I think it remains a distinct possibility if they get to July and they're nowhere near the race and think they can get what they can get for Skubal now or let him walk in free agency. I won't out and out GTFO that one. But I think it's an interesting take. All right, Kate, what do you have for GTFO or Oh Yeah?
All right, Chris, this is somewhat geared towards you.
Oh, no.
But I'm going to go with the Pirates will go from worst to first in the NL Central this year. And keep in mind to our listeners, these are hot takes that we're throwing out here. Hot takes.
That is spicy. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm going to say GTFO. Look, I think the Pirates may be better than they were last year, right? Another year, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, of a healthy Paul Skeens. It's not a hot take. I think he wins the Cy Young again in the NL, in the National League. And I do think they will call Connor Griffin up, the number one prospect in baseball, sooner rather than later. I don't think this is a wait until after Memorial Day kind of thing. He showed pop in spring training, but he also hit 170 with like a 30% strikeout rate in spring training. So they have sent him to minor league camp, and he won't open the season on the opening day major league roster. He will be up eventually, and he's the favorite right now, 2-1 at BetMGM to win National League Rookie of the Year. So Connor Griffin is one to keep an eye on. They added some pop in a couple of spots in the lineup. Marcelo Zuna, Brandon Lau. They will be better offensively, I think. And pitching-wise, like I said, Skeens, Bubba Chandler, they've got the arms, but I don't see worst to first. So I'll say GTFO with that one. So no, not happening. It's not a particularly spicy take either, but I will say Connor Griffin will win National League Rookie of the Year, and Paul Skeens will win Cy Young. My hot take, though, for GTFO, oh yeah, Kate, is ABS will change a playoff outcome. It will happen this year, and people will lose their ever-loving minds over it. There will be a call that's right on the edge. Someone will challenge it in a Game 5 or a Game 7 of a playoff series, and it will completely turn not just a game, but a series. ABS will decide a playoff outcome this year. GTFO or oh yeah?
That's a great one. And I'm going to go, oh yeah. That's a big oh yeah for
that's
me.
That's a macho man. That's a cream rises to the top kind of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love that take. I think that 1,000% happens. And you're right. Everyone's going to be all up in arms about it. And we're all going to lose our minds. And it's going to be debated on all the hot take shows for a whole week straight. But it's what we've wanted, right? It's what a lot of fans have wanted, to get rid of umps and be able to have a challenge system and all of that stuff. So I certainly think that's something that we see. And I like your take of it, not just, changing the outcome of a single game, but potentially changing an entire series because of, that outcome of that single game.
And I think you made an important point there too, that we need to just hold in our back pockets for mid-October and remind people of, this is what we wanted. Mm-hmm. We didn't want missed calls to send the wrong teams farther on, not just in the regular season, but in the playoffs. This is what we wanted. We want to get calls right. And I know the first time we see a strike or a ball overturned in a key moment in October, people are going to lose their minds at first. But that important reminder, that caveat, we need to be ready to just lay on the table in front of them and say, this is what we wanted. Don't forget that.
Yeah. The grass isn't always greener. Maybe it is, but it's going to be just fun to watch how that all plays out, that entire situation throughout the entire season, because there will be more than one instance where we're all losing our minds over it.
Absolutely. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com today. Some huge NBA games this week that we'll talk about in less than an hour. Zach knows ball. Where do we go for the rest of the Sweet 16? And coming up next, Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back to the 5-hour extravaganza that is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports, with you every Sunday from 11 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern. The madness of March continues. Purdue opening up a little bit of a lead on Miami, 66-57, with 5.5 minutes left in the West region of the NCAA tournament. In about 20 minutes, we get back into it as we're looking to fill the remaining seats left at the Sweet 16 table. Our producer, Zach Krull, knows college basketball, so Zach knows ball coming up in about 20 minutes. In about 40 minutes, some massive games being played this week across the NBA landscape, and availability for some stars may hamper what we get in some of those matchups, but we'll talk about them. Again, coming up before the end of the hour, before we wrap up, Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network, to talk about the NCAA tournament as well. But about an hour ago, Kate and I, Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day, we're talking about Mike Florio sort of dropping some breadcrumbs on the Rich Eisen show earlier this week about the date not quite being set in stone yet for Super Bowl 62 in Atlanta in February of 2028, which would be the season after this following one. We could talk about that. We could talk about the flag football games that were played yesterday between NFL players and Team USA, with the Olympics sitting not too far off on the horizon as well. Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, joins us now. Thanks for making some time this Sunday to join us, Tyler. How are you? And let's start with those breadcrumbs that were dropped by Mike Florio this week about the length of the NFL schedule. Could we be a whole lot closer to 18 games in a 20-week regular season than any of us really maybe realized or thought of?
Yeah, you can bet that at the owners' meetings later this month, NFL owners and probably the competition committee will discuss that very fact. That there is momentum by owners that want to have an 18-game regular season, want to see the NFL season be lengthened a little bit. I've been hearing there's kind of some pushback from some of the players in the NFLPA, but we'll see. Maybe the two sides can come up with a happy medium, but yeah, there is certainly momentum about lengthening the NFL regular season.
For a league that constantly talks about player safety and that being the forefront of, what they are all about, doesn't this kind of not negate it, but put a little wrench in player safety just because playing an extra couple games, I mean, players are bound to get injured at some point with the length of the season, I guess, lengthening.
Yeah, and I certainly agree. That comes at the forefront of my mind when talking about extending the regular season. I'm already not a huge fan of Thursday night games. Now there's going to be what we hear a game on Wednesday, Thursday, and on Friday during the regular season next season. And when you talk about those shortened weeks, you don't give the body enough time to recover from a grueling game just a few days prior. I mean, in the NFL, we talk about it's a contact sport. No, it's a collision sport. And players are not lying when they say that it's like getting into a mini car crash during a game, because your body is absorbing a lot of hits, a lot of contact, and not to mention just the wear and tear in your body from running and making cuts, jumping. I mean, obviously there's a lot of toll that gets taken on in your body in each and every NFL game. And when you talk about player safety, yes, there's maybe evidence that points to, okay, well, the injuries don't really there's not an uptick in that much of an uptick in injuries when you have shortened weeks. But the players say otherwise. I mean, there's a lot of knick-knack injuries that maybe don't reach the rise of missing games or the injury report, but players aren't 100% when they take the field on a Sunday and then having to turn around and then take the field again on Thursday.
Tyler, I don't know how much of this Florio appearance on the Rich Eisen show you got to hear or process, but there was a caveat added in there that Mike mentioned about the possibility of I shouldn't say when, but when, or I shouldn't say if, I should say when, pardon me, the schedule expands to 18 games, possibly limiting non-quarterbacks to only playing 17 games. In other words, we'd bring load management to the NFL, and we'd have to decide in some instances, okay, is our star edge rusher or our number one wide receiver going to sit out maybe a non-divisional game in the middle of November? Could you see that being a realistic part of a proposal as the players push back against the possible expansion in the schedule?
No, I don't see that being realistic at all, especially when you have teams towards the latter portion of the season jostling for playoff positioning and trying to get number one seed or trying to get into the playoffs, win a division. There's not going to be, okay, let's take out our star wide receiver this game and save him for the next game so he can just play these 17 games. I don't see that happening. And even say that you keep the quarterback in for the full amount of the season, quarterbacks get hit too. Yes, all the rules are designed to protect them, but what happens if he gets sacked or falls wrong or steps on some offensive lineman steps on his footer? I mean, quarterbacks can get hurt too. We've seen every single year a star quarterback gets hurt for X amount of games or, I mean, God forbid, the entire season. So I don't see that happening at all.
Tyler, let's talk about the flag football that we saw yesterday. Team USA putting it to the NFL players. Like, what do you make of this? The game, the NFL or the flag football game being so different from the NFL, what the NFL game is like, and like, do you think that the NFL players, Tom Brady, I mean Burrow, even wanting to be a part of it, Jaden Daniels, do you think they didn't quite realize that it is a little bit different of a ball game?
Yeah, I actually wrote a column about this very subject right after the game yesterday on usatoday.com. And the flag football game is very different than NFL game. And NFL players, they were got a rude awakening, and they were humbled by Team USA throughout that classic tournament. I mean, flag football is less about physicality and more about, elusiveness and speed and fluidity. And NFL players have that to an extent, but you even saw there were times where Saquon Barkley, he got the ball, and yes, he's elusive. Yes, he's fast and quick, but he was trying to lower his shoulder in contact, some of the Team USA players, and that's a flag in flag football. And then the Team USA, they just looked like they were playing at a different speed and a different pace than the NFL players. And then not to mention the art of grabbing the flag without grabbing a shirt or grabbing shorts. There's a whole lot different dynamics in flag football. And yes, and name value and recognition, of course, you will want to see a Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or Saquon Barkley playing in the Olympics. But does that give Team USA in America the best opportunity to win a gold medal at the 2028 Olympics? And I have to say no, based on what we saw yesterday. The Team USA flag football athletes are better at flag football than NFL players are at flag football. Let's just call it what it is. They're better. They're trained in the sport. They know the sport. They know the rules. They know the technique, and they're just flat out better. Now, can NFL players, some, maybe afford themselves in the mix and can compete? Yes, probably. I think Saquon Barkley and probably a Jaden Daniels performed the best against Team USA. Odell Beckham was even good in those games. Devontae Adams, Joe Burrow. But flag football players are better at flag football, especially the elite amongst the elite.
Yeah, Tyler Dragon, who covers the NFL for USA Today, is with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. He may not be a household name yet, but certainly by the time the Olympics come around, I think it's Hoosh Doucette, who's the quarterback for Team USA. I mean, he looks like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. Like, nobody's grabbing that flag, Tyler. And I think you make a great point about, what's the difference between wanting to bring more eyeballs to the TV screen in 2028 and what gives you a better chance of winning. I want to pivot the conversation, though, to free agency, as it really has cooled off over the last week and a half or so. Just who were you most impressed with in free agency as far as who got the most done in helping themselves going into 2026, and maybe who you think may have missed some opportunities?
Well, one, the Raiders come to mind, even though that the botched Max Crosby trade, the fact that they spent the most money in free agency kind of beefing up their defense, and they got Tyler Lindenbaum, the center, and they get Max Crosby back, they have themselves the making of a lot better team than they did a year ago, and not to mention Fernando Mendoza, the presumptive number one overall pick at quarterback. So the Raiders did themselves well. I really like what the Los Angeles Rams did as well in the NFC. I mean, you look at that cornerback room last year, it was the weakest link of their defense, and probably the reason why that they did not represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, especially that NFC Championship game against Seattle Seahawks. And then you turn around and get Trent McDuffie, number one standout cornerback, a top 5 cornerback in the NFL. You get his former Kansas City Chiefs teammate in Jalen Watson. So you fortified that cornerback room. And on paper, the Rams have the best and most complete team in football after the first wave of free agency. So those two teams stick out to me tremendously towards, mid-March. And then I have to give a shout-out to the Denver Broncos as well to get Jalen Waddle to kind of fortify that wide receiver room with Cortland Sutton. I mean, this is a team that was knocking on the door of the Super Bowl, withstanding Bo Nix's injury. And you have a healthy Bo Nix. You re-sign J.K. Dobbins back. You already know that defense led the NFL in sacks and is going to be formidable again. And then you add Jalen Waddle, a speedster on the outside, the Broncos are looking like a bona fide Super Bowl contender heading into this coming season.
Tyler, speaking of Joe Burrow in the flag football context, and you used to cover the Bengals as well, with Trey Hendrickson moving on, going to the Ravens, is this going to be another lost year for Joe Burrow and the Bengals with where their roster construction is?
Well, I feel like if Joe Burrow stays healthy, that offense is so prolific that they're going to be in a lot of games and they can win a lot of games. And they are right up there with the Steelers and the Ravens as the best in the division. However, that defense leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, like you said, you lose Trey Hendrickson. You did get Boye Mafe, the defense, and he's pretty good. He's not as established as Trey Hendrickson, so you still need to get some more pieces on that defensive line, especially on the edge, to be able to rush the passer. And then the Bengals had one of the worst total defenses in the NFL last season. They did start playing better towards the latter portion of last season. I do like some of their young cornerbacks, especially DJ Turner. They did get Byron Cook in free agency, Jordan Battle there as well. But their defense, they just need to be average for the Bengals to be a contender in the AFC North and a playoff contender. But it's going to be hard to do that while losing your best defensive player in free agency in Trey Hendrickson. And not only that, but he goes to the division rival Baltimore Ravens. And the Ravens, if they can just stay healthy and play up to their potential, they should be in the Super Bowl along with the Rams. I mean, if I had to pick a Super Bowl right now, the two teams, it would be the Rams and the Ravens based on what they have on their roster and how complete they are overall on defense and on offense and the special teams.
Tyler Dragon of USA Today covers the NFL. He's with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Let's keep in the AFC, Tyler, because the complexion of it, I said this last weekend while Kate was off, but it feels like there's a lot of very good teams in the AFC. Is there a truly great team in the AFC, seeing as how the Chiefs have taken a half step backwards?
I don't believe that it's a great team. I mean, they're probably about 4 or 5 teams that have a legitimate chance winning the Super Bowl next year. And I named a lot of them already. I mean, the New England Patriots, obviously, because they were in the Super Bowl. The Bills, that's 2 teams in the AFC East. The AFC North, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens, Bengals, or Steelers, those are 3 teams. I like what the Steelers did in getting Pittman, the receiver, in a trade with the Colts. Then you, in the AFC South, if C.J. Stroud can just play on par with his rookie year and not be as turnover prone, that wouldn't surprise me. The Texans can make Super Bowl because their defense is so strong and they can get after the passer, especially with their front 4. And then AFC West, the Broncos, I still believe in the Chiefs, even though they had a down year last year. And a dark horse, maybe the L.A. Chargers, if Justin Herbert can figure his playoff woes out. So, yeah, there's not a great standout team in the AFC, to answer your question, but there are a lot of really good teams that are going to be beating each other up in contention to get into the playoffs and to play in the Super Bowl in Los Angeles.
Tyler, great stuff. We appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. We'll catch up with you again soon during the offseason.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Tyler Dragon of USA Today, at the Tyler Dragon on social media as well. A lot to unpack there, Kate. A Ravens-Rams Super Bowl pick. A very early Rams-Ravens Super Bowl pick, but those were the teams Tyler saw as the lead dogs in each conference. And the idea that this 18-game, 20-week schedule, like we've said throughout the day, is probably a whole lot closer than any of us realizes.
Yeah, I think that's happening. I mean, mentioned earlier, it not if, but when that whole schedule change goes down. And honestly, I'm going to agree with Tyler in terms of the Rams making it to the Super Bowl this year. I think out of the Western, the West, they come out and are the team. I'm a little bit more concerned of the West, the NFC. They come out of the NFC and win it. A little bit more concerned about the Ravens, just their history making it there. But I like the take on the Rams.
Pregnancy brain strikes again.
It was. I had to quickly. I panicked.
Sorry.
I panicked so hard there because I was thinking it's not the Western Conference. What is it? I know there's two parts to it. Yeah. Well, they are the NFC West, so I had part of it right.
Yeah, so you were halfway there.
That was
right.
a sheer panic moment. I quickly went to ESPN. Okay, NFL. AFC, NFC. Yes.
Purdue has closed out Miami and are on to the Sweet 16, 79-69, the final in St. Louis. We'll talk about just how far the Boilers can go with Texas sitting ahead of them in their Sweet 16 matchup. Get you ready for Kentucky, Iowa State, also inside the Westwood One app, and the rest of what this Sweet 16 field may look like. Our producer, Zach Kroll, has a lot teed up and ready to go as Zach knows ball. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
to Saint-Supéry. His three, right wing is short. Rebound to Swain. 6 seconds left. Ahead to Vokatitis. Vokatitis inside. Lays it in. 2 seconds to go. Innocenti inbound to Grant Foster. Tie on Grant Foster at the horn. It's over. The Texas Longhorns are going to the Sweet 16.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Hook 'em, the Horns, onto the Sweet 16 as an 11 seed who had to go to Dayton for the first four. Ryan Radke and Austin Crozier on the call on Westwood One last night. We're talking about everything NCAA tournament and March Madness. Zach knows ball in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375 as well. Our producer Zach Kroll does in fact know ball, and so we'll break down what we've seen to this point, crowning 9 teams as participants in the Sweet 16 to this point. First, though, don't forget BetMGM is the place to just heighten the madness. It's the best place to go. If they score the most points, you'll score bonus bets. For each round of the March matchups, you'll have the opportunity to predict which team will score the most points. If you're correct, you'll win a share of bonus bets inside your BetMGM app. Real simple. Enter the March matchups $500,000 pick'em free-to-play game inside your BetMGM app. Then pick which team you think will score the most points in any round of the tournament. If the team you selected scores the most points that round, you'll win a share of bonus bets inside your BetMGM app. So let's bring in Zach now. Zach knows ball. Our man, producer Zach Kroll, does in fact know ball, and it's the March Madness edition of Zach Knows Ball. A historically chalky day in the tournament on Friday, Zach, and really we started the show talking about this, and it seems to be the prevailing theme now about chalk, about major conference teams pushing forward into the Sweet 16. Short of Utah State upsetting Arizona later tonight, we're probably looking at nothing but major conference teams in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, and when you look at this tournament and tournaments of years past, this is something we've seen recently, but I think Joel and a couple of our other guests have brought up some really good points when it comes to if you're a mid-major team in the year 2026, it's really hard to keep that talent together. We know the impact of NIL, the impact of the transfer portal, and it's crazy when the Cinderella teams we're talking about is Texas, and we know just how much money that athletic department has.
Zach, if there are any such upsets today, where do you see those coming? And I mean, we have a 4-5 matchup. You could consider one of those an upset. I mean, a couple of those today, 3-6, like not huge upsets, but based on seeding.
The one that stands out to me is UCLA against UConn. UCLA has been playing their best ball going into the tournament, but I didn't even think they played that well on Friday night in their first round game against Central Florida. And I still never thought they were going to lose the game. We also know the struggles UConn has had this season. They didn't even look that great against Furman on Friday night in their opener, but it is looking like Silas Demery, their starting point guard who didn't play in that game, is going to be back and ready to go tonight. Big matchup at point guard there between him and Donovan Dent. But I think UConn is vulnerable. Mick Cronin is a coach that has won in the tournament before. I think UCLA would be the one underdog I picked to win tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I have my question marks about the game that's about to tip off in like 15, 20 minutes here, Zach. Joshua Jefferson has been ruled out for Iowa State. I love Iowa State. I was back and forth on them for much of the conference season, but then they played tough in the Big 12 tournament, lost on essentially a buzzer beater against Arizona in the conference championship game, and got a 2 seed still in a region that feels like it's bound to be them and Michigan in the Elite Eight, but Jefferson is a big absence. I don't have a lot of belief in Kentucky, but this could be a spot where maybe the Cyclones hit a speed bump.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating game. I'm just curious to see how Kentucky comes out after that thrilling comeback win over Santa Clara. Kentucky all year has been a team that has gotten off to some really slow starts and then always find their way to come back. I do think Iowa State finds a way, though. I'm confident in this Cyclones team, even without Jefferson. Milan Momcilovic is probably the best shooter in the tournament. They have a veteran point guard in Tamin Lipsey. I also thought their freshman, Killian Torrey, I know it was against Tennessee State, but he was awesome in that game on Friday. And that's a great sign because this is a kid that I think is going to play in the NBA one day, but he hit a little bit of a freshman wall. The fact that he looked like he played great basketball early on in the season, and the fact that he was able to regain that form on Friday, I think that's a good sign for Iowa State. I do think they find a way today against Kentucky.
Zach, we've talked about it throughout the show, and Joel Berry alluded to it as well, but like, what in your mind is going on with Duke and their slow start in some of these games?
I think it's two things. The injuries are definitely one. I mean, how many teams could just lose their starting point guard right before the start of the tournament and recover from that flawlessly? I don't think not many could. So Caleb Foster, his absence is huge. It was good to see Patrick Gamba, their big man, get back out on the floor yesterday, even in a limited role. I don't even think he looked that great, but hopefully he progresses as the tournament goes on. The one thing I will say, though, with Duke is I just am not sure, and I felt this way last year. Are they tested enough in the ACC? We're looking at some of these other conferences like the Big Ten, who already has 5 or 6 teams in the Sweet 16. We know just how good the Big 12 is with a ton of national championship contenders at the top. The only team in the ACC that really was able to challenge Duke this season was North Carolina with a healthy Caleb Wilson, and he's been out for over a month now. So I think the ACC needs to get better, and like low-key, that's one thing that's kind of costing Duke. And I do think if St. John's does beat Kansas today, they are the worst matchup possible for Duke due to their length and athleticism and ability to pressure the ball.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up St. John's. Like, you could make the same argument about them, right, Zach? Like, okay, who did they face in the Big East Conference schedule? But there's something about them that just tells me, no, this is a team that could go on a run. Again, maybe they get ice cold shooting, and that's always a possibility with them. But if St. John's were able to beat Duke, whoever wins that game, St. John's Duke, presuming St. John's gets past Kansas, I think is the East region representative in the Final Four.
It's interesting because to me, Kansas has been one of the more difficult teams in the country to try and figure out. There were times early on in the season I was really high on this team. The thing that's so frustrating is I think Bill Self did a great job constructing this roster to fit together well around Darren Peterson, but his unavailability has been something that has kind of made things up and down for this team. And there were times later on in the season where I just wondered, okay, are they over it? Now, that Cal Baptist game, I thought they played pretty well for the most part. Obviously, that drought was a little bit concerning, but I think St. John's finds a way. I do give Kansas a legit shot. The whole Darren Peterson saga for me has been very frustrating. I would take AJ DeBansa number 1 in the NBA draft. I would even consider taking Caleb Wilson at number 2. I know he has been out for a little bit now, but I just don't trust Darren Peterson. I think St. John's finds a way.
Zach, which team in the first round changed your opinion about them the most that's gone on?
That's a really good question. Looking at the bracket right now, the answer has to be Texas, right? I mean, this was a team that has won 3 games in 5 days, and they always had the talent, but they were underwhelming throughout the SEC conference play. But they have some legitimate NBA talent on this team. Like Dalen Swain, I think is going to be a lottery pick possibly. He was great yesterday. Their big man, Vokatitis, the FAU transfer, I think he's turning himself into an NBA player. And then the thing you really have to like about this team is that they have veteran guards and a veteran coach that's won before. I mean, Tremont Mark, this kid was on Houston in 2021 when they made the Final Four. He had a key shot in their tournament run against Rutgers. That's 5 years ago now. He's been playing college basketball a really long time. Jordan Pope is a veteran, and we know Sean Miller has done his fair share of winning in March. I think Texas could give Purdue a legitimate game and maybe even win it.
Yeah, and we'll see, Purdue missing their guard as well, who left that game. I don't, we didn't see him come back out, so that could leave them hamstrung, definitely against a Texas team that's more talented than the Miami team they just finished beating a few minutes ago. I want to go back, though, Zach, to Arkansas, because we were talking about the stacked conferences of the Big 12 and the SEC, and you were bringing up some of the idea of where guys could go in the NBA draft amongst lottery picks. I mean, Darius Acuff looks like a guy, I know he's a freshman, but he looks like a guy who just will exponentially increase his draft stock via what he's doing in the tournament. I want to say 61 points or something like that through the first 2 games for the Razorbacks, and looks like a guy who, if he gets hot,
I could see Arkansas upsetting Arizona. Maybe that's going a step too far, but just how far can Acuff take Arkansas?
Well, he already took them to an SEC tournament title, and he's taken them to the Sweet 16. I mean, that game was tied yesterday, and he went on a mini 7-0 run by himself to really cement the win for Arkansas. The thing about that team, though, is they don't defend. And historically, John Calipari's teams that don't defend haven't done great in the tournament. And I do wonder for his NBA stock, too. Like, as good as he is, I don't know if I could see him being a top 5 pick just because his defense is just non-existent. He does not guard at all. Arkansas, their offense is so good. They have the ability to outscore anyone on any given night. But Arizona, they're the more well-rounded team. They're the more balanced team. The thing that would make that matchup interesting is that Arizona doesn't really shoot a ton of threes. Would that come back to cost them? But there's no doubt Arkansas is going to go as far as Acuff takes them.
Zach, it's been 26. Quick question, Chris. 26 years since the Big Ten has won a championship. Is Michigan the best opportunity this year, despite still having Michigan State and Purdue and Nebraska in, and Iowa? But let's be real, Iowa's probably going to lose.
I think so. And hey, I give Ben McCollum and Bennett Sturts a chance against anyone. Yeah, I think this is a great year for the Big Ten. And one team you didn't mention that I've been very impressed with too is Illinois. They looked really good yesterday against VCU. I think their matchup against Houston might be the matchup of the tournament, honestly. That elite offense against great defense. I can't wait for that one. But yeah, I do think the Big Ten does have a great chance this year to finally break that drought.
Michigan State, maybe a dark horse in the East, too, depending on who they're facing in the second round or in the third round, UCLA or UConn. Zach knows ball. That's why we bring him in every weekend here on BetMGM Game Day. Obviously, we're going to keep you up to date on Kentucky, Iowa State as that one gets ready to tip momentarily. And there's a lot going on. We mentioned the madness wasn't limited to just college ball last night. We had a buzzer beater in the NBA, and there's a team to keep an eye on that seems to be turning it on lately. And of all the teams that may be NBA Finals bound if they go into the playoffs hot, we could have some previews for you coming up this week. We'll talk about this week's NBA slate, the games to keep an eye on, and whether one tomorrow night may be without two of its superstars. That's coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
going to get there's a double technical right there. Luka was talking to Goga going down the floor. That hurts the Lakers because Luka Doncic will probably not be eligible to play in the next one. I think that's his 16th technical of the year.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
As heard on FanDuel Sports Network, Florida, that was Luka Doncic getting his 16th tech of the year yesterday in that Lakers win over the Magic, which means there's a chance he's not available for their game against the Pistons tomorrow night. There are some huge games across the NBA landscape being played this week, and we'll dive into some of them here in just a moment on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, always inside your Westwood One Sports app, which is also the home of the NCAA tournament. We'll keep you up to date on Kentucky and Iowa State as they get tipped momentarily. Somebody else punching a ticket to the Sweet 16 as we've got a Sunday full of college hoops. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Always welcoming you into the conversation as well at 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We talked about that flag football thing yesterday, the Fanatics flag football tournament with Tyler Dragon just a couple minutes ago. We'll get back into that, and also somebody has a hot take about quarterbacks in the draft that we'll let you hear. Might be getting to silly season with the draft just about a month away in the NFL. That all coming up at the top of the hour. We'll keep you up to date, obviously, on the games being played, but also talk to Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network, about what he thinks of the first 3 days of the NCAA tournament and what we'll get today in day 4. That coming up in a little less than an hour here on BetMGM Game Day. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. So, Kate, there are some massive games. Tonight we've got Minnesota in Boston. That's an 8 Eastern tip on NBC and Peacock. Tomorrow night, as mentioned, we'll have the Lakers and Pistons, but not sure if we'll have Luka Doncic. We know we won't have Cade Cunningham, which is something else we haven't really had a chance to discuss yet today either. Wednesday night, a sneaky game, Hawks at Pistons, as Atlanta has won 9 out of their last 10 and climbed up out of play-in position into the 6th seed in the East, which I don't think anybody saw coming. Not necessarily because they decided to trade Trae Young, but just because we didn't see it coming. Didn't think that they would be getting carried by C.J. McCollum, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and Jalen Johnson at this point, but here we are. Thunder Celtics, definitely a possible NBA Finals preview also on Wednesday night. Pistons T-Wolves next weekend. So as we enter this stretch run, we talked a lot about the Lakers earlier. Just which other teams do you have an eye on as we get ready for the final 3.5 weeks of the NBA season?
I think it has to be the Pistons in the East. And because of the Cade injury, like there's a really good chance he doesn't return for the rest of the regular season. And they have a top 10 in terms of strength of schedule. Their remaining strength of schedule is top 10. So they have a lot of big matchups coming up. And how well can they sustain their success without their best player going into the playoffs? Because right now they have the top seed in the East. I mean, the Celtics are right on their heels. Sure, 4 games back, but I mean, if based on the Pistons schedule and the fact that they're without Cunningham, like that could be made up pretty quickly for Boston. So it has to be, for me, just how the Pistons are able to continue their momentum without Cunningham, or how good they're able to stay afloat. Maybe that's a better way of putting it without him. I mean, they certainly still have plenty of good players that can win them ball games. But sliding out of that number 1 spot has to be a concern for Detroit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if, with about 12 games left or so, if making up 4 is totally realistic for Boston at this point. It's possible. Like, it's a good point you make. I think the concern would be more about the Pistons trying to work their way through the remaining regular season schedule and then
through the first round of the playoffs, maybe even a second round without Cunningham. Jalen Duren has been really good all year. I think he's obviously better as a 2, working off of Cunningham being the lead in that offense. And Dennis Jenkins had a really good game the other night, but I don't know if you're counting on him to step up and be a guy who's going to produce come playoff time. So that is a huge question on the Eastern Conference side of things, is just how the Pistons persevere without Cunningham. And like you said, almost all of these big games that we're talking about down the stretch involve Detroit, whether it's hosting Minnesota tonight, whether it's hosting the Lakers tomorrow night, hosting Atlanta on Wednesday night. All of a sudden, their schedule really ratchets up. So, they're going to get an opportunity to test themselves against better competition down the stretch here and see if they really are truly ready. I'll be honest, it felt like when Jason Tatum came back that, given what we got from him early in his return, that the Celtics set up as the team to beat in the East. I still have my questions about, what the Knicks are, capable of in the playoffs. And I think that would be, certainly for the TV networks, it would be a dream matchup in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Celtics and the Knicks. But I still think that would be a really great matchup if we got that at some point, depending on how seeding falls. It may happen in the second round instead. But it feels like Detroit's in a spot where everybody's going to expect them to fall off. I wouldn't expect them to lose in the first round necessarily, but, they get a frisky Orlando team or the Heat coming in, against a Pistons team that isn't as playoff tested or experienced. That's certainly, it opens up the possibility for that happening in the first round if Cunningham's still unavailable.
Yeah, I mean, the Heat are not a team that I think any team wants to see in the playoffs, but just because Spoelstra has a way of kind of ratcheting things up. That's not to say the Heat would necessarily win the series, but it would be a tougher series, I think, than a lot of people might think. So, I mean, I'm with you that the Celtics, they're the team to beat, especially with Tatum back. The same questions always seem to be there for the Knicks of can they get over the hump? And the answer always seems to be no. Still have questions about the Cavs, and then anyone further down the board certainly don't have faith in winning the East. Raptors down to the Hornets at 10. Over in the West, Chris, the section of teams, I guess I should say, that I'm watching over the next couple weeks is the Rockets, the Nuggets, and the Wolves, because they're all within half a game of each other. And that could shuffle around quite a bit over the next couple of weeks. And that will play into, who's on the side of the bracket of the Thunder, of the Spurs, that type of stuff. And those are 3 teams that the Wolves have made it to the Western Conference the last couple of years. The Nuggets have won a title. They have Jokic, and the Rockets have been good this year. KD, like, they are someone who could potentially contend. Out of those 3 teams, I would rank them 3rd in terms of who I like to actually win the West. But those are the teams on that side that I would have my eye on.
Yeah, because 2 of them are going to end up playing each other in the first round, more than likely.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And the other one's probably going to end up playing the Lakers. Like, that's just the way the West is going to stack up. And like you said, ending up on what looks like it should and could be the Lakers side of the bracket. The 2-3 side of the bracket means you're not facing the Thunder in the second round, most likely. So not that you want to fall to the 6th spot, but maybe you're happier about that than necessarily finishing 4 or 5 if you're amongst the Rockets, Nuggets, and T-Wolves. But the Lakers, we talked about them earlier in the show. The 9-game winning streak at this point. LeBron has learned to take somewhat of a back seat to Doncic and Reeves. For what it's worth, I guess Luka claimed that Goga Bitadze said something about his wife or his family or something, and that's why he went back at him, and that's why he got teed up. That was nothing in comparison either to the Thunder Wizards brawl that we got last night. We had suspensions handed out in that one to, hold on, I want to make sure I have it right. Justin Champagnie, the Wizards, suspended 1 game. AJ Mitchell, the Thunder, suspended 1 game.
due to that altercation last night, which was a testy game and a little kind of sneaky close until the fourth quarter when SGA took over. He ended up going off for 40. But the Lakers are, I think, I hate to make it all about the Lakers. People hate when we do that, but they are the wild card on the Western side. If they stay this hot going into the playoffs, I think it completely changes the calculus in the Western Conference.
I mean, the Lakers are the story right now. We have to talk about the stories, the top stories. And you just have to wonder what Luka's potential suspension does to the chemistry of, and I know it's just a single game, but if they lose to the Pistons, does that kind of throw off the mojo at all? Does LeBron kind of re-stepping into that number 2, does that give him a little taste of what he used to have and kind of gets greedy and wants that back if Luka's gone? Like, I mean, those are all just very simple questions. It's one game, but the Lakers being the hottest team in the West right now, kind of have to wonder.
Yeah, it's all stuff worth keeping an eye on this week as it ramps up towards the end of the regular season. Kentucky and Iowa State just underway, tied at 2 apiece. 2 minutes in that one. We'll keep you up to date. Somebody had a red-hot quarterback take we'll share with you next. I don't know how much sense it makes, but that's next on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
He's going to be the first pick. I personally don't believe the gap between Mendoza and Simpson is very big.
Well, that's certainly a take. Dan Orlovsky on the Pat McAfee show earlier this week. Welcome back in to BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. We will keep you up to date on everything happening in St. Louis between Kentucky and Iowa State throughout the final hour of the show here inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the score on the screen right now, 13-6. Wildcats up on the Cyclones in St. Louis. Again, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight to watch the show. Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network, will join us in about 20 minutes to tell us what he's thought of the first 3 days and day 4 so far of the NCAA tournament. If they score the most points, you'll score bonus bets for each round of March matchups. You have the opportunity to predict which team will score the most points. If you're correct, you'll win a share of bonus bets inside your BetMGM app. Real simple. Download, if you have not yet, and open that BetMGM app. Then enter the March Matchups $500,000 pick'em free-to-play game. Pick which team you think will score the most points in any round of the tournament. If the team you selected scores the most points that round, you'll win a share of bonus bets, all inside your BetMGM app. Make it legendary. So a brief little take there, Kate, from Dan Orlovsky saying he doesn't know if Mendoza is necessarily that much better than Simpson. To which I would probably ask Dan, I know there were 13 other games played by each of these guys, but did you happen to watch the Rose Bowl, Dan? That would be my first question, because I am still, we're hearing more and more about Ty Simpson maybe being, there was talk about him going in the early to mid-20s of the first round to maybe the Steelers or the Rams or somebody like that. So now we're talking about the Jets taking him in the teens with their second pick of the first round. Mel Kiper mocked that last week. So your opinion on the quarterbacks that are now being considered the top 2 in this draft. To Orlovsky's credit, he did say, for Mendoza's going to go first. Is there that much of a difference between these two, or are we missing something here?
Well, Chris, I remember when we were talking about Ty Simpson not even being the second quarterback taken off the board, or maybe a second or third round pick. So how are we going from, second or third round to he's rivaling the top pick in this year's draft? I'm not sure that is fully accurate. And Orlovsky did say, he's like, I'm only 8 games into Mendoza's tape. Well, 8 games in, I feel like Mendoza just got better and better, to your point, the Rose Bowl game too, as the season went on. So I don't think that it's as much of a comparison. And I am not a draft expert, a quarterback expert. Like, I haven't watched all of Mendoza's tape. Dan Orlovsky knows a whole lot more than I do, but like talking about, the offense for Indiana was simpler than Alabama's, and a lot of RPOs and back shoulder fades and all that stuff that isn't going to be quite as easy at the next level. Like, that was his reasoning. Every mock draft out there still has Fernando Mendoza going number 1. I don't see a world in which Ty Simpson jumps him whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think, again, he kind of acknowledged that. Like, nothing's going to change Mendoza going first overall to the Raiders. But I don't even understand. Like you said, we're not that far removed from talking about simply what the rest of the quarterbacks looked like behind Mendoza, and the possibility that, hey, maybe Ty Simpson isn't necessarily the second best quarterback in this draft, because I don't see it. I understand he does some things well, and I think maybe the amount of starts he had at the college level can get a little overblown. The size disadvantage as compared to some other quarterbacks can get a little overblown. And I can understand all that and still look at Ty Simpson and say, no, that's a guy that when he was pressured and had pressure in his face was not always making the right decisions and making the best throws. And I don't see him as a first-round quarterback. And like I've said before, I don't even know how much better Ty Simpson is than, say, I don't know, let's throw Garrett Nussmeier out there. Let's throw Drew Aller out there, Carson Beck out there. Like, I don't know how much better Simpson is than those guys. I don't think I think that's sort of the gap that we need to be talking more about, not the perceived gap between Mendoza and Simpson, but the perceived gap between Simpson and then everybody else on that next level, because I think that's the gap that's a whole lot closer than anybody realizes.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, when we were ranking, I mean, we did this weeks ago when we were ranking the quarterbacks in this draft. I think you had Nussmeier ahead of Ty Simpson, maybe even Aller too. But also looking at the odds board on BetMGM, I mean, Fernando Mendoza is the clear-cut heavy favorite to go number one. But then you do have further down the board is Ty Simpson at, 500 to 1. And then Drew Aller, 500 to 1, the next shortest odds for any other player is 1,000 to 1. And that's Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier, and Cade Klubnik. So, like, they're all those other quarterbacks are right there, right behind Ty Simpson. He's just, ever so slightly ahead in the odds that the conversation still needs to be had of, is he the second best quarterback off the board? And obviously in Dan Orlovsky's mind, he is, but like based on Vegas and the odds and what that's hearing is that there's not that much of a gap between Ty Simpson and the rest of the quarterbacks in this draft.
Yeah. And I do think, look, a lot of this, the success that some of these quarterbacks do or do not find on Sundays in the NFL is going to have a lot to do with what kind of organizations they end up with, right? Like, any of these guys ends up with the Jets, well, all of a sudden that changes the path for any of them. Arizona maybe is a question mark, although you've got a new coaching staff in place there, so maybe it's better. Maybe it's okay if one of these guys somehow ends up in Pittsburgh, sitting for a year behind Aaron Rodgers and then battling Will Howard for the job because you've got Mike McCarthy there and he's worked well with young quarterbacks in the past. But a lot of it does have to do with where they end up. Like, I just can't see any of these guys walking into, say, Miami, although they've already got Quinn Ewers there and they just signed Malik Willis, or I don't know, pick another team that may be quarterback thirsty. The Browns always come up, even though they've already got 72 of them on the roster already. The Jets, I don't know where any of these guys is going to go that really necessarily launches them above and beyond what feels like a very mediocre ceiling right now.
Well, it's interesting that you threw out the Jets, because that was another Dan Orlovsky take this week, is that the Jets, I'm sorry, not the Jets, the Dolphins rather, should draft Ty Simpson despite acquiring Malik Willis and having Quinn Ewers on the roster. I just think this is a tough year for quarterbacks to find good homes, because the homes that need to be filled just aren't good spots, right? They're in bad areas, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's just a tough year for that. So it feels kind of like it feels, for lack of a better term, like all these quarterbacks are kind of screwed with wherever they land, and they're not the cream of the crop to begin with. So you take quarterbacks that need to be developed and need to maybe sit behind someone and have some time and grow over the next, 2, maybe 3 years before they start. But those opportunities just aren't there because of the cycle that we're in and the teams that need quarterbacks this year.
The one thing that I could see happening, maybe, and look, this would be a giant overvaluation of the player, I think, and it would be a way too early of a reach. But the Rams now draft at 13, I think it is, in the first round. And if they think that they need to plan for the post-Stafford era, and they really like something they've seen in Ty Simpson, maybe that's a way too early pick of a Ty Simpson but that just, again, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't see any of these guys behind Mendoza being worthy of a first round pick. I see them all as mid to late second round at the very earliest, and probably more like third and fourth rounders. And again, I think Simpson is a whole lot closer to that other bunch than he is to Mendoza. One thing we did find out yesterday is that NFL players are not quite as close to flag football professionals as they and maybe we thought they were. They had this Fanatics flag football contest out in, I believe it was LA, and Tom Brady was a part of it, and Odell Beckham Jr. They had some influencers there like Logan Paul and I Show Speed and guys like that. But for the most part, it was NFL players and recently retired NFL players like Rob Gronkowski, who popped a hammy on a touchdown catch, playing against Team USA, the best flag football players in the country. And the flag football players, the guys who play flag first and foremost, took the NFL guys to school, Kate. Like I don't think there was a single possession other than maybe a kneel down in one of the games, and they played round robin style before the championship game. Other than that kneel down, I don't think there was a possession the Team USA team failed to score on.
It's a different game. Flag football versus regular NFL football. It's a completely different game. And Tyler Dragon, he was on with us earlier. He talked about that too. So to go from, in everyone's mind, including my own, yeah, you put Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, you put Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels on a team, like they're going to be elite. Who's going to go and beat them? But you're playing a different ball game. And so, I mean, you talk about how to pull the flag without pulling on a shirt and getting a penalty in that sense of like Saquon Barkley trying to lower his shoulder for some contact. You can't really do that in that game. So I don't necessarily think I've seen a lot of takes that like, oh, this could destroy the reputation of some of these NFL players. I don't think that that's the case whatsoever. We're not going to think less of Tom Brady because he goes out and gets smoked in flag football, right? Like that's not, I'm not. No, if anything, but the OBJ catch yesterday, the one-handed, did you see that?
Yes.
Like
amazing.
That was vintage Odell Beckham Jr., vintage as in his one highlight of his career. But like, if anything, that like, you know, makes me think, oh, he was a great player, even though whatever. I don't think it's going to taint the reputation of any of these NFL players. I just think that they're overmatched because they're playing a different game, and obviously they haven't practiced together. They haven't, I don't know. Did you study film in flag football? Like the rules? I don't know. It's just, it was brand new. To your point,
it's just very different. And I do think there's a question to be asked as we get ready for flag football being a part of the 2028 Olympics in LA about a year and a half from now? No, 2.5 years from now. Sorry.
Yeah.
That as we get ready for that, and like, if I'm a Bengals fan, I don't necessarily get amped about the idea of Joe Burrow sprinting down the sideline in an exhibition flag football game, especially when the Olympics are going to be taking place like right before training camp starts. The possibility of injury and the fact that maybe they're just not as good at flag football as the, professional flag football guys. So if that's the case, I think, like you said, we just assumed that these guys would be good enough at flag football to take part in the Olympics. Maybe we just don't have them take part in the Olympics. I know they want to draw eyeballs to the television screens for the 2028 Olympics, but like, I also, if I'm the U.S. Olympic Committee, I want to win gold. And so I'm going to put the people out there that I think are more capable of that than necessarily the brand names.
Well, that's what this comes down to is, do you want more eyeballs or do you want to win a gold medal for your country? And last time I checked, the Olympics was about, playing for your country and winning medals for your country. And so why would we as the United States sacrifice a gold medal to have, the popularity of Tom Brady and Joe Burrow or whoever else be playing in the Olympics? I think that would be silly. Like if you want to put NFL football in the Olympics, then put those guys in and they can go win you a gold medal in that. But I think the gold medal win for your country has to come first and foremost before the star power names that you put on any sort of field or playing surface.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. We're going to talk to Brian Butch in just a moment. Real quick breaking news, though. From the world of college basketball, being reported by ESPN that Syracuse is working to finalize a deal to hire Jerry McNamara, who just took Siena to the NCAA tournament. Obviously,
an Orange alum as their next head coach. So, we talked with Joel Berry earlier about trying to elevate the profile of that second tier of the ACC, Kate. Syracuse is certainly one of those brand name programs in the ACC that has been on the outs for the last few years. Maybe Jerry McNamara is the guy to come back to Syracuse and do that.
I mean, we've seen throughout the tournament a lot of mid-major coaches, smaller school coaches perform well. And I mean, I know Siena didn't even win their game, but I mean, they played really well against Duke, go on to have success at Power 4 schools. Dusty May at Michigan right now, he was at FIU and took them deep. So we've seen him have a lot of success with some of those smaller name school coaches, putting out good film, good tape, good resume, whatever you want to call it in the tournament, and then going on to have success. So I think that's a solid hire for Syracuse and for a program that has kind of lacked over the last couple of seasons when in history, they're typically the Jim Boeheim years, the Carmelo Anthony, they should be at the top of the ACC. So we'll see, if he can get them back up there.
Kentucky up 2018, about halfway through the first half in St. Louis on Iowa State. We'll update you on that throughout the final hour of the show as well. Coming up next, as the madness rolls on, we talk to former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network. Brian Butch joins us next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports.
it ahead. It's an easy stuff for Cooper. Exclamation mark for the senior from Jackson, Michigan. 77-69 Michigan State. Conwell hucks up a 3 left wing. That's no good. Rebound off the underside of the basket, and Michigan State once again clears the first weekend under Tom Izzo.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Jason Benetti on the call here on Westwood One yesterday in Buffalo as Michigan State dispatched Louisville. It is BetMGM Game Day alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack on Westwood One Sports. Inside your Westwood One Sports app, the same app where you can find all of March Madness and the NCAA tournament, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Former Wisconsin Badger Brian Butch of the Big Ten Network joins us momentarily. TV timeout, under 8 minutes to go in the first half in St. Louis. In the Midwest region, 2-seed Iowa State down by 2 to 7-seed Kentucky. It's 22-20 there. We'll keep you up to date throughout the rest of the show. But pleased to be joined by a McDonald's All-American, a Wisconsin Badger. You can check out Butchie's Den on YouTube. He's also on Big Ten Network. Brian Butch joins us now. Brian, thanks for making the time. And I guess let's start with your Badgers, because it was one of those ones that I didn't have pegged. I know some people had High Point as one of their Cinderellas, maybe. They got beaten by Arkansas last night. But what happened to your Badgers in the first round on Thursday?
Yeah, it's a situation where Rob Martin for High Point was elite. And then, you talk about what changes and how it plays out. Chase Johnson drills about a logo 3 against Wisconsin. And then he drills when Wisconsin's still up 4 with a minute left in the game, and he drills one going to the corner. Now, last night, he had 2 looks for 3 that would have made it a lot closer. He misses those. He makes those against Wisconsin. I thought, Wisconsin in general has played pretty well. This isn't one of those games that, you look at this Wisconsin team and say, man, they didn't show up. I didn't think that was the case. Now, Nick Boyd and John Blackwell missed a lot of layups, and that plays a factor in that as well. But High Point made some elite shots in what they were able to do and how they were able to beat Wisconsin. And, this is the unique thing about what it is. A lot of people thought High Point could pull that upset off. I thought Wisconsin played good basketball, but High Point, when you look at their NIL and where they're at as far as mid-majors go, they're one of the highest, NIL mid-major teams that's out there. And we're starting to see that more and more in college basketball. And it's just kind of the reality of where we're at.
Brian, there are 6 Big Ten teams still left in the tournament. Of those teams, Michigan, Illinois looked really good so far. Obviously, Michigan State with Izzo, always a danger for opponents. Who do you like of the teams still remaining to advance to, I guess we'll say the Elite 8, being some of them haven't played their Sweet 16 games yet. All of them haven't.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of those things when you look at this team and how this works out. Obviously, Michigan State's going to play that winner of UCLA UConn. I have Michigan State getting to the Final Four. I think they are a team that hasn't been talked about enough as far as what they're going to be and what they're going to be able to do. You look at Jeremy Fears; he's been an elite point guard all year long. Point guards get things going. I think that's part of it. This Purdue team with the matchup against Texas, I think that's an Elite 8 team. I think Arizona comes out of that bracket themselves. I love what Arizona's about. I did not like it whether Wisconsin would have beat High Point or not, and then possibly got to the Sweet 16. Did not love that matchup against Arizona, but I do think Purdue gets to the Elite 8. I think Arizona finds a way. Obviously, Michigan. I think Michigan's a team that's going to get to the Final Four. I actually have them winning it all. I love the way that this Michigan team is built and the way that they can compete against each other. Obviously, the question there is LJ Kazin and his injury. What happens if Elliot Cadeau gets into foul trouble? That's the biggest question that's out there. I think they can weather it. The other question was Purdue and what they were able to do in the Big Ten championship game for them. They really made it a half-court game, and that's an area where Michigan struggled. That being said, they've had about 3 to 4 weeks to figure that out. I'm going to trust Dusty May in figuring it out. I think one of the biggest Sweet 16 matchups, the best one that's out there, Illinois-Houston. That just in general is going to be an elite game. Could I see Could I see Illinois beating Houston? Absolutely. I don't know if Houston has enough offense to stick with Illinois. Illinois is an offense that's going to hunt matchups, and we saw that at the end of the first half against VCU with Stojakovic and what he was able to do. They just got it, and they just ran the offense through him. They're going to try to find that matchup versus Houston. Now, can they? That's a whole different question. Houston's elite defensively. We know that. But that's going to be a great game. Here's the tricky one to me, and it's Nebraska. I think Florida's probably going to beat Iowa today. That tips off at 5:10 Central Time, 6:10 Eastern Time. I don't think Iowa has enough interior for Florida. Nebraska has ranked mass. They've got enough guys, and they double all the time. And they've been doubling from the baseline this entire season. I've said this now for a while. I said, watch out for Nebraska in the tournament. Because in the Big Ten, it seemed like Big Ten teams have solved how to, attack Nebraska's defense. I didn't think that was going to be the case throughout. And so far, that's been true. That Nebraska-Florida matchup is intriguing to me. That's one that's really intriguing. As far as to answer your question, Elite Eight, I think for sure it's Michigan and Purdue. The rest of it's kind of a toss-up, but I do love Michigan State to get there as well. So I'd say Michigan State, Purdue, and Michigan.
Brian Butch of the Big Ten Network, former Wisconsin Badger, with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. We were talking about it earlier, Brian. I know Texas is an 11 seed, and they played in the first four. But short of Utah State somehow upsetting Arizona later tonight, which not many of us think will happen, we're looking at nothing but teams from power conferences in the Sweet 16. You mentioned a team like High Point has a decent NIL budget by mid-major standards, but we kind of heard Mark Few last night after the loss to Texas lament the amount of resources that the Longhorns have and how that may have been an advantage for them. In the NIL era, are we kind of bound for the Sweet 16 and beyond becoming a major conference affair and not really getting the 13s and the 14s, maybe even many 12s through into the Sweet 16 like we become accustomed to and kind of one of the charms of March Madness had become over the years?
I've wanted to say no to this answer for a long time. I've been holding off. And here's the thing. So I'm not going to give you 100% on this. I'm going to give you a little bit of an outlier, but I still believe we're trending that way. You look at 2 weeks ago, I thought there was a lot of upsets in the mid-major tournaments, like Belmont losing. I thought Belmont was a team that might be able to get a win and maybe get to a Sweet 16. They lose. They're not in the tournament. Now, I think the mid-majors need to look at each other and say, hey, how can we protect our top seeds of the regular season? Those teams have been the best for the longest. Those teams are the ones that are going to give us the best chance to move on and be in the Sweet 16. I think they need to at least advance them to the semis. That way they just need to win 2 games to get that automatic bid. Now, the other thing is in play is the mid-majors, they don't need to send their tournament champion to the NCAA tournament. Like, they have the ability to send different teams. They would lose a lot of TV money if they were to do that. So I don't anticipate any of them doing that, to be honest, but they've got to find a way to protect their better seeds. But realistically, this is where we're going. This is, and I'll use this term, the adults in the room, right? Like, the adults in the room, we NIL was there. Well, that's because the NCAA put that off for so long. And then all of a sudden we're in a situation where what players are getting paid, most of these guys are going to come back because they're going to get paid more in college than they would in the NBA. Most of these guys would be G League guys. And you can make a good living there, but you can't make what you've been making, which is crazy. So I do think this is a point where we've got, and it's going to be power conferences, and realistically, you're looking at 3 power conferences. So you're going to have a lot of teams there. What we're seeing in the Big Ten with, 5 teams possibly most likely, moving to the Sweet 16. Like, unfortunately, I think that's going to be the norm.
Brian, an intriguing matchup today, St. John's and Kansas, not only 2 legendary coaches, but, a 4-5 matchup is always great. How do you see this one playing out? And can the winner, I guess you have Michigan State going to your Final Four, so you have Duke losing at some point. I was going to say, can the winner get past Duke, but that might be the case in your bracket.
Yeah, it is. I love St. John's here. I just think they're playing with a lot of confidence, and they've tapped into a couple of different things. I think the interior, the way they're able to play, how they're able to get out, they're able to defend. But what they've done to UConn, they're playing off of confidence there. And Kansas is just a team that we don't know. We don't know what they are. We because there is so much question about Peterson. Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? What's there? And is he going to be engaged? Is he going to play at the level that we expect him to play? Like, all of that needs to be in play for Kansas to find a way to get it done. I don't like that. So I look at St. John's, and then I look at St. John's being able to beat Duke. I do. And then I look at Michigan State being able to beat UConn. And I think when you look at it that way, I'm really, like I said, I think it sets up really well for Michigan State. I truly do.
Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger, McDonald's All-American, and now with Big Ten Network, joining us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack and Kate Constable taking you through another weekend of the madness. We'll keep you up to date on Kentucky and Iowa State. But let me go back to that West region. We talked about Texas. You mentioned Purdue, Brian, and Arizona's been brought up as well. Darius Acuff, I think, is the kind of guy that I look at and say, okay, that's a guy who can single-handedly maybe drag a team around deeper into the tournament than we would have expected them to. Just your 2 cents on Arkansas. I know we mentioned them getting past High Point last night, but can they get past Arizona? Can they go any deeper than that?
No, I don't think so. No, Acuff and what he's been has been elite, and I think what he's been able to do, he's put this team on his back. I mean, it's that simple. But this Arizona team and what they do, I don't see the interior of Arkansas being able to compete with the interior of Arizona. I just don't. I think Arizona is a team that is going to be elite. I have Michigan beating them, but I have been on the Michigan bandwagon for a long, long time. So that might be a little bit of an interest, personal interest there. But I think in what Arizona has done, would not be surprised if Arizona cuts down the nets either. They've been elite. They've been elite for the longest period of time. Their interior is just way more than what Arkansas has, and I think you're going to see an elite guard play with Acuff and what he's going to be able to do. But I think Arizona as a team has more parts. And because there's more parts there, I just don't see Arkansas being able to push it and score enough and stay with it. I think the turnover situation, if we get that matchup, we're assuming we get that matchup in San Jose. I think Arizona, again, more pieces. They don't rely on just one player. Defensively, they're really good. But that interior, they're going to get more offensive rebounds. They're just going to create havoc on what this Arkansas team does. I think there are Arkansas bigs that have been playing better. They're just nowhere in the same conversation as what Arizona's bigs are.
Brian, what's your national championship matchup and who wins it all?
Yeah, I've got Michigan, Florida in the national championship game, and I've got Michigan winning it all. I just think it's a situation of guard play when it comes down to those two teams. I've loved Michigan. I think, again, the LJ Case injury really throws a little bit of a wrench in it. But the way that this Michigan team has been tested and ran through conference play in the Big Ten, their only loss is to a Wisconsin team that banged a bunch of threes, and then obviously the Big Ten tournament. But as far as regular season, they've been tested enough. They've had enough environments that they've been put in where they've found ways to get it done. That's what good teams do. I've got Michigan cutting down the nets.
Brian, great stuff. We appreciate the insight. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we'll see how many Big Ten teams end up there in the Final Four. Thanks again.
Thanks, Brian.
Anytime, guys. I appreciate it. Should be fun. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Brian Butch. Check out Butchie's Den on YouTube, former Wisconsin Badger, now on the Big Ten Network. Follow him on Twitter as well at Brian_Butch32. Big Ten guys, they're always going to see the Big Ten going deep, Kate. I mean, you know how that is. Big Ten, more than any other conference, I think, other than maybe Ohio State, Michigan, Big Ten fans root for other Big Ten programs when you get in situations like this.
1,000%. I'm an Iowa grad. I still want to see the Big Ten have success. I would love to see one of, Michigan. Brian thinks Michigan's going to win, or Purdue. I'm actually not that like Purdue's kind of like one of those teams. If they win, fine. If not, they're like one of those Big Ten teams that I don't exactly root for in the Big Ten. But Michigan State, I would love to see Michigan State go deep. Like they're a fun team. So yeah, you're right. Big Ten does root for Big Ten. I think more so than most conferences.
It's why that South Regional is really interesting. Like I don't see Nebraska getting past Florida. I mean, I definitely don't see Iowa getting past Florida. But what if something crazy happens and you end up with Nebraska, Illinois, and the Elite Eight against each other? Right? Crazier things have happened. That's why they call it March Madness. Kate, I mean,
exactly, Chris. There's madness involved when a number 9 seed Iowa takes down the defending champs this afternoon at 6 p.m. Central. There we go.
Break just a little bit. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Kentucky up by 7 with 2 minutes to go in the first half on Iowa State, 30-23 in St. Louis. We'll obviously keep you up to date on that. We'll get ready to wrap things up with some of the best moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day, next here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Halftime in St. Louis, Iowa State with a corner three right before the buzzer to go up 31-30 on the Kentucky Wildcats at the half. In that one, winner punches a Sweet 16 ticket in the NCAA tournament. 12 turnovers by Kentucky in the first half. Sloppy. And if that continues to haunt them, then certainly Iowa State could take control of that game in the second half. Something to keep an eye on. Other news from today that we haven't yet touched on. Alexander Ovechkin, his 26th goal of the season on the power play for the Washington Capitals in a 3-2 loss to the Avalanche this afternoon in D.C., but it was his, Kate, 1,000th goal in the NHL.
That's a pretty insane number.
Yes.
I mean, we knew he'd probably get there eventually, but like for it actually to come to fruition, 1,000 goals in the NHL. And that's regular season and playoffs, but still
doesn't matter. It's 1,000 goals. It's ridiculous. So, and there are a couple other NHL games being played this afternoon and this evening. I think you've got Carolina up 1-0 on the Penguins right now, which is a big game in the Metro Division in the first period as well. But every day, before we wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, we like to remind you of the best moments of the show. So in just a moment, we'll get you our 3 stars of the day. We also like to tell you where we're putting our money. We put our money where our mouth is, and we tell you where the money is going. So some bets for some action today or tonight, Kate. Do you have anything for us?
I do, Chris. I think this St. John's Kansas game comes down to the wire. I think St. John's wins, but it's going to be close. So I'm going to take the points with Kansas. I will go plus 3.5 with the Jayhawks. And then I didn't tell you this one earlier, but I'm going to bet against my Iowa Hawkeyes. And I just think Florida's a significantly better team. 9.5 doesn't feel like enough. I think this could be well into a double-digit blowout type of game. So I'm going to go Florida minus 9.5.
Yeah, I think that Florida bet's probably a pretty good call.
Yeah.
I did have an eye, though, on the total in the St. John's, Kansas game. It's at 144.5. And I'm just going back and scrolling through St. John's last dozen or so games. Anything with a total of 144 or higher, they have not hit over on since, let's see, there's one game. Twice in early February, late January. So for the most part, St. John's, being a very defensive-oriented squad, has played very tight games, low-scoring ball games. So if you give me 144.5 as the total, I won't take a side on that one, even though I like St. John's. I'll take the under on St. John's in Kansas. That's where I'll go for my one bet today here on BetMGM Game Day. All right. The biggest moments of the show, our 3 stars of the day. Let's go.
Three.
I don't believe that it's a great team. I mean, they're probably about 4 or 5 teams that have a legitimate chance winning the Super Bowl next year. And I named a lot of them already. I mean, the New England Patriots, obviously, because they were in the Super Bowl. The Bills, that's 2 teams in the AFC East. The AFC North, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens, Bengals, or, Steelers, those are 3 teams. I like what the Steelers did in getting Pittman, the receiver, in a trade with the Colts. Then you, in the AFC South, if C.J. Stroud can just play on par with his rookie year and not be as turnover prone, that wouldn't surprise me if the Texans can make Super Bowl, because their defense is so strong and they can get after the passer, especially with their front 4. And then AFC West, the Broncos, I still believe in the Chiefs, even though they had a down year last year. And a dark horse, maybe the L.A. Chargers, if Justin Herbert can figure his playoff woes out.
Tyler Dragon of USA Today, who covers the NFL, was on with us earlier. He just mentioned 9 teams in the AFC, Kate. I think this is something worth tucking away for maybe next week's show, if there are 9 teams in the AFC that are considered good to very good that could contend, who are the 2 being left out when it comes playoff time? I think that's something maybe to think about for next week.
Tyler was great having him on the show, but you can't have 9 contenders. We gotta narrow that down a little bit here.
Well, let's do that next week.
I'm like, okay, we'll put that on the rundown for next week.
Yeah, if there are 9 contenders, we'll even throw the Colts in and say 10 maybe, or Jacksonville is the 10th team. Which teams will miss out on the playoffs? But great stuff from Tyler earlier, also talking about an expansion to 18 games probably sooner rather than later, which we kicked around a lot today. Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
Oh yeah, I carry all of those memories. My body is like a cell of like mixed emotions because March is so great to me. But March always starts off with the worst shot that I've ever seen in my life that has been with me since that day in Chris Jenkins. But also being able to have redemption at the end going into April. So it's very special. And I tell people, we look at all of these teams and you're saying, how do they lose in the first round? How is it they didn't make a run? We almost lost to Arkansas, and they were a 9 seed. It is very hard in this tournament to advance, survive and advance. And just to be able to have 2 experiences in the national championship, it is a huge blessing.
Joel Berry of ACC Network obviously played in 2 national championship games for the Tar Heels, won one in 2017, was on with us earlier. And I don't know, it sounds like we talked with Joel about that second tier of the ACC behind Duke. Kate, sounds like maybe Jerry McNamara making a move back to his alma mater to coach Syracuse. That could maybe bolster them. There are a couple other teams. Virginia plays tonight against Tennessee. Maybe that second tier is growing just a little bit in the ACC.
Yeah, I think there's reason to believe that could be the case. And then also we're kind of keeping an eye on the Hubert Davis news for UNC. Mm-hmm. Do they part ways with him? Talking to Joel Berry, he kind of suggested that he wouldn't be surprised if they did, just because some of the coaching, decisions he's made in their losses could be one of the main reasons.
Great memories from Joel, though, earlier. We appreciate him joining the show. And finally, our number 1 star of the day.
1.
I've wanted to say no to this answer for a long time. I've been holding off, and here's the thing. So I'm not going to give you 100% on this. I'm going to give you a little bit of an outlier, but I still believe we're trending that way. You look at 2 weeks ago, I thought there was a lot of upsets in the mid-major tournaments, like Belmont losing. I thought Belmont was a team that might be able to get a win and maybe get to a Sweet 16. They lose. They're not in the tournament. Now, I think the mid-majors need to look at each other and say, hey, how can we protect our top seeds of the regular season? Those teams have been the best for the longest. Those teams are the ones that are going to give us the best chance to move on and be in the Sweet 16.
Brian Butch, former Wisconsin Badger from the Big Ten Network, talking about mid-majors getting pushed aside in the NIL era, Kate. And here we are, just one surviving mid-major left at this point, and Utah State has to go up against Arizona tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. We may be out of the mid-majors after this evening. And based on what Brian told us and the conversation we've had with each other throughout the show, Chris, the Sweet 16 might be where the mid-major goes to die from here on out in the tournament, unfortunately.
Which I hate to be, king of nostalgia that I am. I hate to be an old man and say, oh, I remember the good old days. But it was nice when every year you could look up and count on at least one double-digit seed who was a legit mid-major or small conference team sneaking through to the Sweet 16 and getting through to that second weekend. But, yeah, it feels increasingly like it's just not financially viable. Even when the Gonzagas of the world are struggling to bring in talent, it's tough to make a case that many other teams can do it.
The resources, Chris, that is the word we're using, are limited for a lot of those teams. Yes, the resources, as Mark Few said.
It sounds like an excuse.
He's right.
He might be right.
Kind of right.
He might be right. As always, thanks to each and every one of you for joining us today here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Thanks to Max Sheedy. Thanks to Grant Leader. Thanks to Zach Kroll. We will do it again next weekend, and we will be down to the Final Four, or close to it anyway. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGM Game Day.